I'm focused. I've been watching for the omens. I've been listening to everything you said. It's been running through my head, locked and loaded. I got the feeling that you know it. Yeah, I've only just begun. I won't stop until it's done, till you're broken. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Bigger they are, harder they fall.
We return to the dark of the subconscious. A nightmare or a memory. Moki, you struggle to remember which. But you are in the body of your younger self. Some things are coming back to you. A hunting ground. You remember now the missing land behind Warnhole, the area filled with stone. A memory of your 10th hunt, the first bad hunt. You look down at your hand filled with blonde hair. You remember Hosk, your brother, similar in many ways to you, but older, tried to help you corner a young calf. But the roaring of Vosk echoed from deep within the forest, and you both knew your father was growing impatient. So you chased the calf even faster, and the roar of the beast forced the calf to run even faster. You kept chase. It matched your speed. So it was a battle of endurance. You were winning, but something stopped. Something stopped in you. The hunt for the chase. To continue a chase further away and into open land. And you remember, as you're clutching this hair in your hand, returning exhausted with nothing but this in your hand. The hair of the tail of the calf you nearly grasped. You walk towards the forest where you can see a bright burn of a fire. And the feeling of warmth hits you from a distance as small embers breeze through the sky. You can see your brother eating away at a large boar you hope to share with him. But before you think about approaching him, your father stops. He stares in your direction and moves towards you quickly. Once you're spotted by him, there's nothing you could do. So you failed the hunt, my boy, he utters in disgust. You are nothing but a burden, so you shall starve. Fail me again and I shall cast you out. He begins to walk away. Already a disgrace to your mother's memory. Continues to grumble as he walks off. And that warmth seems to begin to grow. It's this heat of anger that's kind of billowing from inside you, and then you realize it's outside you. And you're looking down at the hair in your hand and the fist filled with blood as you have gripped your hands hard enough to force them to bleed. You look down at your hand now, you're blinking, your eyes are sore, your hand is more gashed than you remember just moments ago. And a warm white glow, a dim glow, washes over your arms and your hands, a warmth of white from a creature in front of you as strands of crimson coil seem to thread and stitch, stringing your wounds, some massive, back together. For the rest of the group to look at Moki, it has been maybe 9 total days since escaping, since traversing the other realm. He looks like he's been gone for 80. There is obviously still knotted and tied hair as Moki does, but the growth, while it is somewhat trimmed, is still shown to be aged and uncared for, or more rushed, or stressed. The three of you stand over him, and Moki, you're beginning to wake. The feeling of this warmth kind of coming from in front of you now. You see the kind of blurry vision of three creatures in front of you. The short red fur, shadowed, thin, gaunt elf. And then the one that's crouched down in front of you that's warming your body. And then behind him you can see, shadowed by the stairway that leads up from a distant kind of light, you see the long pointed ears outwards. You do not see them at the center of this room, other than the two children which are lying with you. The ones that you physically remember, that you haven't actually even looked at since you fell unconscious. You look at gaunt images of your children. You would say that they look kind of older, except the only thing that's old on them is dried blood, stained dirt, merging mud, and twigs still kind of knotted in their hair. Your son isn't missing any limbs, and neither is your daughter. But they are physically still beside you. They don't seem to be moving.
While I wake up, the first thing I do is wrap my hands around them, bring them closer to me.
You can feel their natural body warmth. In close proximity, it warms your arms. You can feel the musculature. You can feel how tight the skin is to the bone.
You're real.
Dehydrated, but real.
Surrounding me is...
There is a prison cell behind you, but you're kind of out of that exact quarter of the room. In fact, half of you is in the room and then half of you is out. One of your children is exactly in the room, one of them is half out with you. A quarter of this central circular chamber is a prison, and then the rest of it is kind of an open area space where you'd assume maybe up to 9 or 10 people at most could stand here comfortably with a bunch of horses.
People or centals?
People.
Okay.
That's the open space in front of the prison. Half of you
Centals
are
on
inside.
people, I agree.
The size difference.
Concur.
In the room with me is Oscar,
The furry one and the gaunt elf. And then there is a taller,
yes.
gaunt,
Who are they?
I nearly said Cedric.
featureless
Finally, he was here.
elf behind the three of them.
There's another elf behind them all. Okay.
The one that you remember talking to you when you woke up, or half woke up.
Let's take a step back to the group. Perhaps we should give them a moment.
The glowing light was you healing me, right? Thank you, Oscar. Cicero. Punch him in the stomach.
I don't know, the disabled guy is getting up.
You try and
Let's you asleep.
Gets up,
Cicero.
stumbles in your direction, gently lets the kids.
It's been such a short term. What are you doing?
I'm doing the
Daggles, even. No, I don't. Oh, never mind.
I punched the wall left you.
Yeah, you step 3 inches and you watch the fist just impact the wall, denting one brick.
Maybe.
Stand still.
As you move past me, I'll put my arms over your shoulders and I say, I'm sorry. I couldn't find them, I'm sorry.
What? No. This is what you want to use my children as bait.
I didn't. Well, it wasn't really bait. Would it offend you if I still wanted to do that? But just a talking point of some kind.
Away from that, we've thought of a different plan.
Okay, good. You won't putting my children in danger.
Well, now if we need to open a line of dialogue, we can do you instead.
Why? Yeah, that makes more sense.
Well, we didn't have that option before.
Okay. So what's going on?
I guess maybe Misa should give you this sort of rundown.
Yes, I, with all of the plans, should be the one to make you run through all of this. No.
Okay, but all I know is I'm in the fort my father is. I was beat the shit by a purple monster, and the percentiles I came here with from needing him are probably all dead.
And there were other centaurs.
Yes, I fought Michael, an old friend of mine, one of the wardens.
You see rolling on the ground behind Moki in the prison, it's literally covered in layers of dust because it looks like it's supposed to be damp, but there is some sort of orangish fruit. Clearly was wet and has been rolled in so much dust that it's just covered in, it's maybe almost a baseball size.
Yes, that's probably important.
That's probably...
What's your current plan for my father?
You're not here?
Well, shit. Your father has taken hold for Bagron, and he's currently holding, was it 8 soldiers hostage? Some small
Oh, percentiles?
They thought it was larger, more than 8, because it was the whole fortress.
We never got word back from Jonathan to what he found. Clearly there was over 20, maybe over 40 at any given time in that fort, and likely not more than, non-visible when I was there. And that means nothing. They could be locked away in the only prison on that place, or they could be...
dead.
Yeah.
All we know is that we're currently acting as distractions for so in return, in repayment for us being brought back to life.
I'm sorry, what?
Free-float creature. We all talk.
Yeah, killed by a big skeleton thing.
We got brought back to life by me, so.
What?
Yes, going to the higher plane is very weird. You are floating above yourself.
Granted, I think that was more of a situational thing. But
So you all died. Is that why you feel weaker?
No.
could be mental.
You know how strong people are?
Oh, no, you look weaker.
I do not feel weaker.
Good. That will be useful.
I feel
I feel about the same.
in terms of, we are going to be teleported in. We had teleported Jonathan in while he was a rock.
Okay.
So crazy.
He's a rock. We are awaiting his return currently. But there seems to be a sort of delay or some strange
The
interaction.
plan failed and he's dead.
But he's come back before, so that might happen again.
He's never come back before.
He quite literally came back.
I've never seen him come back to life before.
So literally just after.
Okay,
He
move
was
on.
stuck in a gem, and then he brought him back.
You want to be a distraction for Miso so she can get the hostages?
There's another Torres.
Want is not the right word.
Miso's trying to fight a god. S. And so they're going to do that while we fight the dragon. So your father's bonded with a dragon, or a dragon's bonded with his corpse, something like that.
Yeah, he's okay.
And a crystal dragon, I don't know if you know anything about those.
I know a bit about the bonding, but not what he bonded to.
Right. So our plan is we're going to try and open diplomacy, preferably using yourself. And then if all doesn't go well, we're going to gas the fort, full on siege, see if we can get as many people out. And
It's not a siege if you come from the inside.
Well, we're going to come from the outside. We have to enter.
I believe the colloquial term is
from the
Trojan.
inside.
To gas the
We
fort,
want
then
to teleport to the outside so that we can knock on the door.
No, that's stupid.
Trojan horse.
What the hell is that?
Sorry, it's not.
Sounds like you're referencing something.
so you're going to gas the fort and then teleport out.
Wait, no, but I know of that one. Are you sure it's Isori?
Well, it was, a multi-continental war, but don't worry about it. Basically,
No, I would have known about it.
That's if diplomacy doesn't work.
it was before your time. Yes.
Are you expecting the gas to take care of my father?
Language. What are you talking about?
We're expecting the gas to thin the numbers, and then we can fight who we can. Your father, I don't exactly want to fight, but I doubt will really be given the option. More importantly, we need to try and get as many all-out forces out as possible.
And while we lost Jonathan, this one here has gotten the closest.
This gas, is it lethal? Or...
It's non-lethal, but it's able to put individuals to sleep.
And your plan for fighting my father?
Hit him hard, and
We don't have a plan.
run away.
Well, luckily, I have something of a plan for my father. I pick up the fruit.
Dust covered.
This is called a halig. It is from the gates of the Quatacalquesia from Gideon.
Do well.
I know it well.
You do?
Of course.
You know what it does?
No. I know Helicoxaxia.
You said my father was down to the corpse of a crystal dragon.
Well, from the information we've heard from the Archmage cultivation, the dragon belonged to his corpse, not the other way around.
Who's your uncle, apparently?
Well, it was probably using a ritual passed from leader to leader that involves the binding of corpses to oneself to increase in power.
Seems like a very strange ritual, but I digress.
My father was not bound to a dragon, but he's probably, not a good mental state, since the dragon might have been a bit strong for him, or
I also said that he flew into a frenzy when your mother died.
yeah, that makes sense as well.
Wait, was that literal? He flew.
He wasn't a dragon, but when
I was going off of what the name said.
I know that,
Does he have wings now?
maybe, I know that he's bound himself to two other powerful monsters before, the corpses.
What are they?
Sorry, take your time. You've been through a lot.
I can't remember, but it was two great monsters and some ancient great power.
Yeah.
This dragon's probably tipped his mind over the edge.
There's a team of three.
Three in a
Would
thing.
not be four because dragon.
No, two monsters. This dragon and something that wasn't a monster.
you can make a local check for me.
Tribe check.
Tribe check.
I didn't put more skill ranks in it, so now I have a plus 11.
Oh damn! 20 d6.
15.
Oh, I was also going to give you +2 because it's tribe, but yeah, that.
17.
You remember, it did sneak attack your tribe.
The dragon?
No, one of the creatures,
One of the creatures.
and it had either 8 or 9 tails.
So we're dealing with a Jinchuriki.
One of the creatures had 9 or 8 tails and I felt a bounty.
Functioned as weapons and appendages, but yeah,
Were they fluffy or skeletal?
they were the
Serpentine.
The tails.
they were black as night, and they functioned like tentacles.
There's always a final option. It could be slimy or scary.
Okay, they were black and chemically anyway. That's not important. What's important is they could be made of air. The binding ritual is
hair.
necromantic and cursed in nature, and this fruit has the properties to unbind any curse or necromantic binding.
So do we have to shove it down his throat?
Yes. If we do that, it should It might weaken him, disconnecting the
Separate
dragon.
one thing from the monster.
Exactly.
or
The other ones are probably too old and ingrained, but this crystal dragon is
Maybe it
new.
can separate them all. That is a very useful tool.
So instead of fighting your dad, we're going to be fighting your dad and the dragon, and then two ancient evils.
Wait, my dad and dragon are two separate creatures?
Yes.
We heard that your dad got killed and the dragon ate him. That's what we heard. It could have been the other way around.
Okay. You would know this. So they're not far off.
Yeah.
Your father was at the verge of death, and he was pulled away from that fort where he did the battle, and there was no corpse of the dragon left, and that was the point where your father started to move. So they thought he had lost the battle and had died, but in what looked like his death, he was just reforming and gained. I think that was the moment he gained 6 more appendages.
Yeah, it became a seer.
The dragon didn't eat my dad. My dad
Yes.
reverse ate the dragon.
That's good.
It looked like a battle that was potentially even, and your father came out
Is he the
alive.
monster?
No.
Okay, good.
No,
My other question would be, if we do happen, this is a successful plan, we're able to separate the dragon from your father. Does the dragon come back, and do we need to finish that off?
The dragon's probably dead.
And secondly, does your father still be in a frenzy and try to kill us?
What about those other 3 creatures?
Well, he said those are probably long ingrained, so
No, there's a long ingrained part of himself. Unbinding them would, I think, be greater power than the fruit holds.
Oh, I see.
I assume it's similar to when you put sugar in water.
Yes. The dragon hasn't mixed with him yet.
What is sugar?
I don't know what sugar is.
Tea and water.
You take grain.
That's not important.
And okay, I will say, while your father was recovering in that operation, that was when Vosk, you, and likely now that you've realized your children were taken too.
From his second monster?
From the final battle against the dragon, while he was still unconscious, or recovering, or reforming. That was when the slavers and you had to separate the most to get the most resources to bring back.
Wait, so he refused the dragon a couple months ago?
At this point, closer to 6 months ago, maybe? Oh, sorry. No. You were taken 10 years ago.
I was taken 10 years ago.
That is how long it is. So 6 months plus 10 years.
So the dragon thing happened 10 years ago. Well, now that I think about it, are you talking about a recent dragon or the other dragon?
I do not know.
Well, this fort taking over has only happened recently, so unless his initial merger wasn't successful and he came back for it.
His last merger might not have been successful. It's been a while.
I mean,
He should have been in the right mind already.
I remember hearing something about the corpse being there. The crystallized dragon corpse being there. And
All of it or just part of it?
So then it was recent.
not sure.
You heard about a corpse being where?
I'm not sure 10 years is recent.
Where did you hear that from?
I don't know, I'm struggling to remember the person. A lot of names. They sit there.
Okay, 7 days. A long time.
The crystal dragon, all that information was the Centaur.
Yes, I think it might have been the
But he
Archangel.
he did not tell you how long it had been. Only that obviously the fort had been taken back, but weeks ago.
Morgan, do you have any insights into what your father wants?
Please don't say revenge.
If his mind has been overtaken by all the beasts inside him, then what he wants is probably as simple as showing his might. Domination, carnage, blood.
And yet his people, your people, still speak for him, still advocate.
No matter how far gone my father is in this bestial frenzy, that last part of him will always protect his own. As a whole, probably not individually, but as a whole, yes.
What did they say on his behalf?
They're ignoring it. They're excusing themselves that the actions my father is taking is not their actions. It's my father's. It's wrong. My father represents the tribe, so any actions he undergoes represents the tribe as a whole, but they're willfully believing otherwise.
Did you see any other living creatures not centaur?
That purple monster that put me in this state.
Did you see a flying rock?
No.
Can I give you to take that? Just hold the children.
Okay. You're also getting the sense of like that gives magical
Auras.
degrees of like good and evil. Is that right?
Or is it not? I'll switch to that if I don't see anything. I'll switch to detect.
Natural, you're definitely still getting a interesting necromancy that while you're in really close range, it's like blurring all of the energy around them. Now there's like, as with others, there's that flicker of green.
Same thing on the previous stage.
Yeah, this is it's a kind of a layer of darkness that
I should also mention that when my friends from the immediate descendants that came with me, I didn't see them die, but when I was in my final stand, I did see their undead corpses pummeling me. So there's probably undead centaurs.
Well, let's hope this necromancer returns.
Why did you go there?
To meet him.
To the fort.
That's where my children were, and I thought I could make it to meet my father with my soldiers from the other tribe in Neon, but they were way weaker than I thought they were. I don't think they even killed one of my tribes.
Would the centaurs attack you?
We might be able to turn the centaurs to our side if I challenge my father for leadership. At least that will get them not involved in the battle, just be spectators. But getting to my father first could be a problem.
Well, Ray and I have been working on fighting style. He's been showing me his original ways of challenging an opponent, and then once the challenge is initiated, multiples jump in. Perhaps a similar method would be useful.
If I do challenge my father for leadership, it will have to be a one-on-one battle. So,
But that wouldn't matter as long as the fruit goes in his mouth.
yes.
Speaking of the fruit, do you think we could get more of it? I know the Archmage of Cultivation is cultivating fruit.
No, but
So-
I came here with two of them. One was taken by my kill.
You mentioned you were slain by a purple creature. Are you aware of what?
It was purple, had no eyes, it had red crystals over it. That's all I remember.
No mouth. It had eyes, but they
Their mouth, they had eyes.
there was no pupils.
Its combat style. Was it?
Did it completely overwhelm me?
Mine probably doesn't have the
Yeah, on top of all of the other monsters,
make
it
them.
just was able to
Maybe he's a wizard.
maybe
he has a little
hold you
growing
because it had more size than 3 centaurs.
It was strong enough to hold me in place while the others wore me down. One-on-one, I
These
might be able to
might
beat it,
take
but I'm unsure.
Long ass time to make. Grow.
Multiple, singular.
Was it just normal humanoid?
The purple thing.
Yeah. 2 arms, 2 legs.
It had 6 total limbs. Like your father has 8.
Make that into a
It's
gas.
missing, it's missing. Your father has 6 lower appendages and 2 arms. This thing had 4 lower appendages and 2 arms.
4, it was like a center of 4 legs, 2 arms.
Right, so
But like a horrible lizard tail covered in
Scaly.
crimson bristles.
well, that's interesting. I've not heard of such a creature. I was just curious.
It came from inside the mountain.
We don't think that the cultivation wizard can grow a plant.
Not
But do we
these.
know if they come?
He's a special, I don't think.
Well, okay.
Well, I guess we can.
The only well,
I will send in the request. He is currently on a mission and will be until the 15th day.
that's not convenient at all.
Well, Senate Judy and the Krueler College needs him. I can request, but there's not a 100% chance he will.
I'd like to mention that if he's able to, this would be a great boon for your civilization.
cultivating a fruit that removes curses? Well, it would be, as long as it stayed out of the wrong hands.
Who are you?
He's like a big wizard guy.
Yes, I don't have that cultivation or
He's kind of like
whatever.
a secondary king.
Okay.
That works in the background.
No, I believe it's Shadow.
Like
Oh yes, Shadow Ruler.
If you've heard of Sasuke from Naruto,
Don't know what that is.
or about it.
Is he going to be part of our group? That's going to be 15 of us?
He's the one teleporting us in.
I will not be joining you.
But if
If I sustain damage, the city will suffer greatly. So me staying
Jesus
out of battle
Christ.
will be vital.
you mention
Nuclear warhead goes off and everyone fucking goes with
I have the Iron Dome above this.
I think.
you mentioned that separating curse from creature wouldn't be the greatest, but I'd like you to remember the goddess of Ra and plant seeds.
Hey. It isn't the easiest season to be growing so many plants, but
I'm aware, just think of the use.
actually what am I talking about? It's not, it's blue. This is the perfect season.
He's an archmage. I wouldn't think that he would require the correct season.
Speaking of seeds, does this fruit have seeds we can plant?
Does the fruit need to remain intact? Or
It should be the whole fruit. It's,
Is it juicy?
That's the size of a melon, by the way.
Is it juicy or is it hard?
It's got obviously some sort of liquid outside, like a sealer, because it's covered in dirt and dust, like a grey ball now.
Did it grow on a tree or a vine?
It grew like a potato.
So just out of it.
you grow in the dirt like a normal fruit.
Now so we can find it anywhere.
That's not how it works.
Like a normal vegetable.
But the elevation,
Tomatoes be like.
the elevation was the highest elevation point in a world.
So it's kind of like a living.
It was
Some root.
It grows in a high mountain.
The plan is good. I think I should challenge my father to one-on-one combat while the gas stuff is set up, so in case the others decide to join the battle, you can gas them. But if it doesn't, you just do it one-on-one.
Where did you get the gas from?
The black market.
Oh, so you paid quite a lot for it.
In the meantime,
No, I paid 1,000 more.
where am I going to put my children?
That's not.
We offered
1,000 for 12.
I'm not bringing them with.
No, I paid 1,000 because we didn't want to. We owe them. I think it was 11,000 now. But
There is a place where they are all staying
we
covered.
don't have to pay until after the battle.
It is not, let's say, well furnished, but it works.
It is safe.
We've set up a few
You're gonna
beds
work
in the
for it?
basement that are quite comfortable.
No, I'm going to take it from you because you agreed.
Still?
No.
Oh.
Oh, you were in the basement of something.
Okay. Where are we, by the way? I have no clue.
They're in
We're in a tower.
a tower. This is their place.
You are under the basement floor of the air spire.
This is your place?
This
We're
is,
in Kings Bay.
yes.
Why am I in a cell?
Because this is where they were holding the centaurs.
Dorazan needed my facility to hold your children.
We haven't.
Held my children in a cell.
Well, yeah, they would run away.
Yes, my apologies. Dorazan, the centaur of cultivation, is just your children's kidnapper. And, Uncle, is that the word? I don't care for family titles or legacies.
I understand you're slowly building aggression, but I think it might be worthwhile to mention perhaps not the time.
You're right.
Yes, but we should trust him with the seed,
Durazan.
surely. If you can use the fruit and grow a new
Put the fruit in a stash. That's me.
or not.
Well, he's not here yet, so we should ask him to come.
Yes, I will.
Who's going with us?
If he's not able to come, there's no point.
Well, introduce him.
Yes. Mitsu just turns around mid-conversation with you and just starts to walk up the stairs and hold
I think we should all get to a better room, maybe a fireplace, a living room, soft carpet.
Mitsu looks down and says, I'm busy.
We have a tower. It's not comfortable at all, but we'll go to it.
Actually, I put a lot of effort into getting nicer.
Wait.
Still no
Perfect. I don't.
Primarily skin.
I would love to go there with my children out of this dank fucking cell.
Oh, exiting this whole chamber?
No, our tower.
Your tower,
Front door.
the front door, yes, but the stairway wouldn't necessarily facilitate it well. However, there's the back entrance to the lower floor basement. So there is a door, but it's a tight squeeze.
I think you will have to stay on the first floor of the basement.
Why?
Because I don't think you can go upstairs.
Is it in the center, Olivia?
No, in our tower.
Currently in our tower, an elephant man lives there.
If he can elephant man. Does he weigh like an elephant?
Well, he looks like a human.
But does he weigh as much as an elephant?
No.
No, he just has a head
he's human shaped.
He's quite small.
He's an elephant head, like his body.
Okay.
I'm sure he's still quite heavy. But
I just don't think you can physically walk upstairs.
Can my children, who are much smaller than me,
Can his children be
Yeah,
much
no way.
smaller than him?
The current stairs,
well,
yeah, because they're pretty wide.
are you able to walk downstairs?
Tumble.
Walking up makes sense. But are you able to actually control your descent?
okay, if you're saying if this tower is going to be like a base, you're going to make it accessible to me. And my
The first floor is accessible.
It needs to be wheelchair accessible, guys.
The first floor is accessible.
I guess we can get rid of the center frame and put an elevator.
What is an elevator?
It's like a pulley system with a big floor.
Yeah, the opening stairs to
I
the
see.
tower, it's 15 feet and they're 5
Are we
foot
using our
wide
own
and they
strength
go
to
up in
pull
a curve.
ourselves up?
So,
Like castle.
yeah, like tiny castle
So wait,
stairs.
so why don't we just have a rope
I
over
rode through a bunch of
climb?
castles and they're absolutely fucking tiny.
Yeah, that's what I've been. That's what.
No, none of my children will do all that at all. No.
Also, the weight of the
That's what
Have you seen his climbing score?
Nope.
He can do well when it comes to climbing Moki. I mean, the children. That's another.
If there, hang on, this is a good question. If there's a rope that can support his weight, can he pull himself up it?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
assuming that it's levied well.
Yeah, it has to be a really strong rope.
It's a big chain.
Or chain, yeah.
it's probably also worthwhile to mention that currently we have 4 floors. The 3rd floor is being taken up by an elephant man, and you only have access to the 1st and the 0th floor. So really, you're getting most of the tower.
Well, let's go with that.
Sure.
Okay, so do you wake your children or not?
I pick them up.
Okay.
Roll a dice.
Yeah.
Do you wake them
Would you
up?
like to see my carry weight again?
No. I
just
get it,
if you wake them up.
I get it.
He's only been here 30 minutes and talking about
Okay.
Most impressive attribute.
It's very well.
Okay. So you hear the little from one of them. The other seems your son is completely conked out, still unconscious.
That's fine.
One of them is waking.
Yes, my daughter.
You can see that they're dust-covered wounds. There's obviously a bit of dirt that's gone into them, and they're open, but they have healed now. Like, so they've got a fair few scars. None of them look.
Although if any of you have a water skin, I would like some. Thank you. And I.
They don't look like perfect.
No.
Put a bit on my hand, rub it on my daughter's face.
Yeah. You see her. I mean, her lips are cracked.
Bad
Put the water skin there.
So why did you ask?
You get to the top of the stairs.
He was actively bleeding to death. They're fine.
Yeah.
I can't miss it, this captain.
Siri, so you okay?
Hi. It was not moved in a while.
Would you like to walk or should I carry you?
Hi. And you see her front legs try to get up, and you see them just like shake very, very aggressively. And you see her get to her feet, and then you have no idea if she can move forward. And you see she's just focused on standing. Like
I'll hold a hand out for her.
Come on,
I'll have just like my son.
You're holding the sun in the hand. You give her hand out, and her front legs try to walk forward. They just buckle. So while you guys are, Moki is the first to walk up. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
The rest of you guys are listening from the top of the stairs as Moki is trying to feed. Simra's water.
Iris and Simras.
And
Oh, if you wouldn't like water.
They're already gone.
There's no helmet.
They're upstairs.
No, I can use that.
Okay,
water skin that they've got.
yeah.
If you feel like you need more, I can just always...
If we go empty, I'll tell you.
As make to the top of the stairs, Mitzo is behind you. You hear Durazan has told me that he will be around in the next 5 days. That leaves us three days.
When are you planning to confront my father?
In 8 days.
Oh, I thought it would be like in a few hours.
Upon the 15th day.
Okay.
Plenty of time to rest and to make your bearings.
I'll get every single time for up your father, you said, but we had no chance of beating him.
Well, the fruit, it's a different idea. We don't need to beat him. We just need him to eat the fruit.
That is also very difficult.
I'm just going to say, I'm just going to wait for him to bite me, and then I will shove my arm down his throat with the fruit. Probably lose it, but he'll eat it.
Is the fruit no larger than your hand?
Well,
Yes, it's a melon size.
he has a fair point. Dragons tend to like to chew things.
Also, he's going to be massive, I'm assuming.
Dragons also like to breathe fire on you. Well, he can't do that,
Well, they still
probably.
need to open their mouth for that.
Okay. Usually they move back a bit before they do it.
Usually they fly into the air.
Like a sound attack, apparently, which could rupture the
Moki,
fruit.
when your father was half unconscious and before you had been taken, you remember that during your father's waking process, which did take multiple days, basically a week, his screams got louder, more vocal, and he had to be placed away from the herd because his screams became ear-piercing and deafening. Like slowly over time, even though these were wails of pain and of uncomfortable silence and then just screaming, he eventually was involving a voice.
And that's true, his voice is screeching, and it does take a while to wake up, but we should be fine.
Do we need ear protection?
Yes,
You're weak,
we
sure.
need far more than air protection.
It doesn't go burst eardrums, they'll heal.
Go ahead.
I believe I still have intentions to ask the priest of the ex-priest of the Unlucky. He might have the potential to silence as well.
We not at our limit already.
We can swap a few out. Figure out what's going to be the basis option.
Okay.
More tools in the toolbox is always worthwhile.
There are too many chefs in the kitchen.
No.
It's an issue.
Just make the kitchen bigger.
So you guys,
Well, our kitchen is as big as miso. Miso is not that big.
With good leadership, you can always take out the chefs that do the exact same thing and put the chefs that do better.
But in
What
the
if
same
we
vein,
really need
parallelism allows for greater virtues.
But variety is the spice of life.
It's just like idioms being thrown at each other.
Yes.
It's been exhausting without you here, eating random shit off the floor. I'm glad you're back,
I'm
Moki.
surprised he hasn't eaten one of those.
How long?
They're important.
How long have you been gone for you?
you've now noticed the ability to tell time is so wildly complicated because nights last days. You could imagine in your normal, like you know how much you've traveled and you know that at least a week you spent kind of recovering in their home, close to
The sun
50
rose
to 80 days.
3 times, and the moon did a circle, I think, 83. It's weird.
anywhere between 50 to 100 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I think one of the days was a couple of weeks long. It's hard to tell.
Regardless, I mean, sounds like it was close to 5 months worth. Certainly get some rest.
Yeah, probably.
You see, in terms of general size, looks like since you left the Feywild, Loki's bulk. Wouldn't have been awesome.
It's fucking balking,
I
bro.
mean, he looks haggard, but yeah.
Because my hair looks wonderful.
Almost
Because they look wonderful for your hair.
It's just enormous. It's just the mass of it.
Okay, well, I can rest, eat, train, so you guys get stronger.
you have to, with one hand, help your daughter like an elderly woman, and slowly you have taken the back of the trail. Help. You're genuinely surprised your son has been unconscious this long, and then you can feel areas like while you're holding him, like you feel around his head when you're not holding your daughter, and you can feel areas where there's new dints. You're very used to kind of patting your son's head and feeling the natural bumps and curves. There's a few sharp, kind of indented areas where you're a little worried. Cicero's doing something. But you make it to the edge.
Successful.
You make it to the back half of what looks like just like a massive walled brick area. It's shaded. It's the corner street. You've obviously had to head to the back of the keep tower, extension L keep tower, where the back door is. And you see a human-sized 8.5 foot tall door, wide enough to fit you through, each of you kind of one at a time. So you carry your son front on, you walk in, and it's a dark interior space, but you can hear this repeated cyclical motion, stomping, scraping of the boots, and you notice the far back of a room that you're entering that is 80 feet long and maybe 30 feet wide. Boxes kind of piled everywhere, but they're piled in a formation where it's kind of cordoning off sections of this long, kind of looks just like a warehouse type underground long chamber. There are crate cots, where these are just crates, 3 of them placed side by side, forming a kind of 10.5 foot long bed. There are some furs over that. You can see there's effectively 7 beds made, and then at the far end of the room, there's effectively 10 people training.
This is the tower, right?
This is the tower. The basement there is a training yeti, white-furred giant monster with red robes. There's a half raw-skinned giant. Those 2, the biggest, and they train face-to-face.
Who are these? Did you form like a mercenary group while I was gone?
No.
We just found most of these off the street.
Yes, I found one of them in a fighting arena.
That half-melted guy is from Krueler.
So you're training a bunch of warriors.
We don't have any centaur beds.
I just take the furs off the crates, put them on the ground. All of the furs.
Well, didn't we section off an entire area which was one large blanket?
We put the bear skins in that back corner are all on the ground because I was assuming you would be covering that.
Perfect. Yep, I'll put them there.
You just grab an extra other person's bedding that you don't know.
And another one is a blanket.
Yeah. And you actually notice it's the pink penguin fur.
Oh, that's perfect. I hunted them.
You lay it down, and as you're still setting up the bed, your daughter is still walking through the doorway.
Daughter.
Very slowly. Just using everything on the wall to brace herself and walk.
Rest here. I'll get you some more water and food.
Drop your snap.
Hand her the water skin.
Yeah.
Try and get your brother to drink.
Oh, Bruce. Yeah, okay.
Okay, now I put them to bedish.
Ish. I mean, there's loudly the sounds of battle training going on, but they don't seem... Yeah.
Ray's been training them. He can introduce you better than I. I can show you around the rest of the tower if you want.
You cook.
No. We don't have any stuff.
We cook for ourselves. Also, from tomorrow on, at least, we will be introducing you into the training regiment, and you will be...
You also notice the only other interesting character, purple skin like the monster you fought, is a lizard reptile kind of viper-y looking guy. The purple tail, no frills on the head, very bald, just completely flat, but definitely a draconian or draconic humanoid character.
So we have an elephant man, a lizard man,
Lizard man.
a half-melted man.
Yep.
Giant, that's the giant.
Kwai-Shan, which is a Yeti.
A Yeti man.
And you notice that there is in the corner of a different area who is just a tinkerer who's in the background. He looks like a man in his late 40s. Doesn't look like he's participating in fighting drills. He's just working on some sort of brass-looking tube machine. And
Smart man.
You're guessing,
Smartest. Sir, elephant man, lizard man, half melted man, Yeti man, and smart man.
Another bunch of like NPC. 5.
So those five.
and then
5 of the important
And then
ones.
you've got 4 or 5 tradition revengers, which you fought alongside during that initial attack where the skeleton giants came out. Those soldiers, those same type of soldiers, you have 5 fighting beside you.
5 grunts.
Yeah.
Level 9 slayers.
There's nothing unique about them to the grunts.
Yeah, totally.
They're level 9 slayers who can kill me without even trying, and also him.
That's 10 people. Plus us, which is 5. Plus the wizard.
Yeah.
The wizard doesn't count. That's the good job.
Nice. Cool. So we bring our children. Awesome.
Yeah.
The options are remove grunts for children.
Yeah.
I like having grunts.
Still, we have a tinker now. That's a replace for Grok.
We might have to get rid of one grunt.
No.
Well, I think I'm gonna get food and rest.
Seems wise. We'll probably continue training, and I'll try and meet up with that priest.
It's about 3 p.m. in the afternoon, traveling back and forth between areas of the city. You guys are welcome to split off.
We'll do that.
I can buy some thieves tools.
Are we in the city?
Thanks. We're in Kings Bay, yes. We're in the center of Kings Bay.
In the forestry area.
No, in the center of Kings Bay.
This is like a
Everybody can see us.
massive city.
This is a main road
We're in a
tower
giant
supporting
metropolis.
tower. So
It would take you 12 hours to run to the trees.
And I call it a big tent.
It would take him a full 20 hours to get to the edge again.
Oh, that's the map.
So you're halfway. You're right at the bridge where the lumber weavers mill is, but like closer to the top, half back, in the main road.
Right there.
Yeah,
No, it's Oakside Falls. Lumber Weaving Mill is here.
Oh.
We're like,
further down. Towards the coast.
there-ish.
You can see the coast, which most of the city cannot see.
Yeah. See those big towers?
Okay. Wow.
But what you have is this central tower, and then there is a large L-shaped under basement, which is most of where the training is happening, where your children will sleep. And
How racist is the city again? Towards me.
Far less than I would expect.
you don't get good looks when you walk around.
Just normal race.
My father isn't like a known threat yet, is he? Cool. Well, that's good.
This is a top secret mission.
All soldiers fill the streets. The more people tend to search for this place. He's dedicated to keeping the temple safe, but he offers 1 day of support if it's required. And he's retired, so he tells you he's not as strong as he used to be. He can't do resurrection magic. He can do healing. He's a healer and he's a crafter, so he's able to do some support in a battle if you request. You kind of chose the perfect one to immediately join your cause, but he's not agreeing to a prolonged battle.
Perhaps just a blessing before we leave.
With bonus, I can give the aid that I can attune to you might not be much. If I need to go with you, then it might be. If you're focusing on offense, then let me focus on defense. If you need it. You look at his posture and at his age, and you think he would be crippled by a centaur kick. But
Hey, same.
but the way he talks, he doesn't talk with ego. He talks with a certain amount of
Confidence.
yeah.
I'm sure. Our mercy will always be appreciated.
say hello to your sister for me.
Damn, Toby fell off.
He's our friend. He broke up with that toxic dog.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
He's a piece of shit.
He's not crafted out. He's probably not crafting like a chair in the sun.
No, not on the sun, but in the sun.
You noticed as you went in for a final handshake, a kind of confirmation, there is a kind of wet feeling on your hand, and as you look on the inside, there is just an X mark, and it's like blood, but you feel over it, and it's like lumpy, like it's held off the skin, but it is somehow stayed.
I'll offer another go.
We don't accept that here.
Let's try and find him.
No, it's not. They're fine.
You see 3 people around the corner just look at you as you leave, and as you thumb the gold kind of carefully, you hear them kind of hush their conversation just to hear if you're putting in more than 1 gold piece. Like they're kind of waiting at the edge of the temple to hear something, and you're sure this place could be robbed often, and you don't think the priest would really care because it's regardless.
Or probably head over to my sister. That's the smartest thing to do.
You notice that the building beside one of your homes, the one where your sister lives in, you see windows are broken. And as you look inside one of the buildings that you thought it was kind of like a house dedicated to showering and to being clean, not like a bathhouse, but specifically just to like a wash house.
Multiple windows.
You see the windows on your side of the street. So on the main road, they are broken inwards. And as you look in, you can see that there are a few interesting-looking cloaked figures, just like rinsing material, washing their hands. They're shadowed in the kind of the darkness of the chamber. There doesn't look like there's anyone else in the building, not making noise. And they're dead quiet. You just see those 2 like flecks of eyelight just kind of like face your direction and they turn back. You hear them like rinsing soggy clothes or soggy towels or something.
I will make my way towards them.
You peer through broken, jagged pits of a window. There's still a quarter of the frame, so you're surprised. This isn't next to a door. If they jumped in here, they'd be pretty small not to rip through most of this glass. And as you look down, I mean, they're obviously hunched close to like the lower faucet. And as you walk just closer, you notice you thought there was more, but there's only one now, or there was multiple sounds, footsteps, and now there's one. You see it immediately take 2 steps back when your hand gets inches away from the window. And you see it's just left what looks like some dark-stained clothing, robe, on the floor, soaking.
I'll find it.
Okay. Use your jacket and just kind of like take out most of the extra glass. You climb in. You notice that there is a kind of quiet. I'd call it like a whispering, but you're noticing it's this like chittering, and it does sound like it's coming from the one creature. It's a small clone one.
My intention is not to hurt you. What are you doing?
Combat has been initiated.
What are you doing in here?
They're lowering the property value in this area.
A bad thing. You see there's kind of a half of a door that looks like it has been badly beaten inwards. You see a face, very thin, I wouldn't say. It's some sort of a halfling with clear, heavy scarring across the face. And as you're looking, you can see teeth that go all the way up to nearly the ear. Like a part of his face has been peeled back. Yeah.
Are you one of the beast Captain? Very low.
You see two small knives just hit the ground. Small curved blades, not kitchen tools, but clearly blades meant for flaying.
You're not giving me much to work on. Are you still able to speak? And I'll slowly start to kneel down to try to get closer to the side.
You realize that what you're stepping in isn't water because it's clearly too thick. Your boot steeps it, could be shit, but the consistency of it is liquid. Okay, you notice the person who used to live there, or who you thought still owned this place, is this small guy. And you notice that because he's pulling back his head, you can see frayed grey hairs, a small, basically supporting stuff, but he ran the business. His name was Cade. He was a halfling. And you see, despite this horrible mutilation on his face, he seems to half turn his head, even though he's got his hood off. Yeah, some sort of wet rag.
It's nearby, also just sort of slowly pick it up, and then it'll start to glow. Just a gentle white light.
You see these robes have a particular weird pattern on them. And then you see cell block 14. I escaped again.
What happened to this place?
They thought I was the intruder. So they beat me until I didn't look like him. And they threw me in the cells.
Okay.
He half turns around to you, and you can obviously see just sheer missing half of one side of the cheek. You can see even areas where the skin looks like it just kind of flaps open loosely. No one will help me. Don't worry. I'll be fine as long as no one comes back. How was your sister?
As far as I'm aware, she's all right.
He's probably only seen it once or twice on the occasion.
Why did they think you were the intruder?
I don't know. They were the perdition. They were just gods, dressed in blue. They said my second floor were very accommodating. There's only one window and it looks at your house.
father's daughter?
No. No, there's not been anyone here since I came back.
Show me your face.
You see, as he tries to turn his face up to you, I mean, there's a little bit of light coming off your hands. You notice both eyes are, like, swollen, but the swelling has gone down enough where they're still squinted, but they're only just slightly purple. You see his nose is fractured, and has probably been fractured for a number of days. So just kind of like a general swelling around under the eyes, around the mouth. You can see the lips look fine, if just a bit dry. I mean, it's the type of the season, but you get the idea that none of the wounds that he sustained have been properly healed. They have just been left to grow gangrenous. And he maybe sounds like he's suffering from hypothermia, but you also remember he had a very weird speech issue. And you also remember he had a father that was here as well. An elder.
What happened to your father?
Flail? When I came here, when I was beaten, they had already thrown the house around. There was no... My father wasn't here. They probably took him.
I'm sorry.
It was the order of the Chancellor of the Pier.
Did you make an enemy of them?
No, I wash people's dirty rags. We have done it for 20 years.
I'll cast a careless on his face.
You see the small areas of the jaw and the back half of the teeth start to repair, threading. And you see most of the swelling under the eyes. You see his eyes open a little wider as the swelling around his eyes kind of fades and relaxes, and that pale color still returns. I mean, he looks good. Looks like he hasn't eaten too well. And you doubt he's got money. I mean, if they've torn the house apart, they've probably taken the things that belong to him. And by the looks of how shabby he is, it doesn't look like he even had the keys to get back into his home.
The Chancellor.
Von Pippin.
And these guards in blue. Do you know who they're working for?
The Blue Office, they work for every councillor in every district.
Do you know which one? Or which Blue Office?
No. They occasionally ask for protection services once a year, but that is not what they were doing, and they had already come 3 months before. They come at dawn. They expect payment, and we do not. I met up with Joseph Barnes, horsemaster. He runs the stables. He's the son of one of the guards of the Blue Office. I tried to hire a horse from him, but he said I was not trusted by them. And that's when I returned home. And they had locked me out. And then they did what they wanted with the fugitive in the house.
Their father was a fugitive.
We were not considered convicts anymore. The paperwork we signed, the reinstating of our name, we were a good family from Wakefield. Sure, we were called convicts when we arrived, when we earned our spot back here.
His voice is kind of returning, still raspy.
Sorry, last we got.
I don't think our neighborhood is as protected as we were hoping. It was only a week ago. But I've been trying to do things quietly.
And it's by the time you've arrived back at the house, it's closer to 4 or 5:30, nearly 6 p.m.
Your friend will come back.
I don't know why they would have left. They didn't leave anything behind.
Am I able to have a look through the house?
Yes. So, yes.
No.
And he produces the only remaining lantern that is left kind of near and close to him, and he lights it for you, oil lantern, and holds it up, kind of walks with you a little bit. He's obviously only giving you a waist height, your glow in your hands is illuminating the roof, and you're noticing, interestingly, like spear incision marks in the roof, like they have stacked upwards in some area, not directly underneath the staircase, but a ways back. This house is maybe 2/3 the size of yours in length. Still obviously much longer and thinner, a long thin two-story building, and you reach the second story. Far more trash than the first, but you notice that more just that he hasn't obviously cleaned this room up. It's all still filled with dust, filled with things that have been touched by other people and not him. And you're noticing that all of the main disruption of this whole room is at the far end of the house, near the 2 back rooms furthest on the second floor, which are separated by the main hallway. And where that main hallway ends is the only shuttered window that looks directly into your house. Directly into shuttered windows of your house, which are normally not open, and as you look at them, they are not open, of course. But it is looking at your second story window of your house. Another one of the hallways that lead next to many rooms, including your sister's.
I need to go show them some.
He gives your waist like a lower half, like tight, quick, firm hug.
Thank you for treating me like they did.
If you can make your way outside the city, find a small shack, they should house you for a while.
On the Metronach. Well, I'm home. I'll gather what I have left.
He leaves the lantern beside you on the second floor, where you can see where all of the dust has been moved around, and the 2 back rooms where 2 bedrooms would be facilitated. You can see one of them. You're assuming it's the one that he's remained sleeping in, and you can see it's been roughed up a fair bit, but the other one looks like all of the cushions and stuff have been dragged off the bed and almost into the hallway. So like someone has had the sheets pulled out from them, and that hasn't been touched. And then you're noticing in the floor, in that room where the sheets have been pulled, that's where the holes come up from the spear intrusions. There's no blood that you're noticing.
I'll do a quick detect magic as I see if there's any remaining back doors or if it seems like it was like primarily physical weapons or something.
Doesn't look to be any magic. Primarily physical. There's no cover of magic or anything like that. But you head back to your house. You open the door. Quiet. Still. Dark. You know that your cooling box probably has expired milk by now. But yeah, you don't see anyone. A little bit of light that filters into the room. You can see that this room has clearly been cleaned at least once in the last 3 days. There's dust, but it's not nearly enough to build up to be an annoying problem.
I'll go upstairs to the room. It seems like they're watching.
Yeah, you head up, and you notice, obviously, this is the hallway. And that shutter, you have only one side where there are shutters, and that is the central shutter hallway that faces the other hallway of the other house. One which you rarely ever open, and its shutters aren't so that light could even filter in. You have to just open them to let light in. So there's no viewpoint where they could have looked in unless they had been inside your house. Your sister's door is open. Actually, all of the doors are open, so you presume most of them have come and gone, and more recently, you're assuming, too.
Cecilia?
You hear quietly, as you walk into the room, you don't see anyone on the bed. You don't see anyone looking out the window. You don't see anyone at the dresser. You see at the foot of the bed there is a girl slumped in a seated position. There is supposed to be the 9. Now the spirits of the past will wait behind webbed walls, and seek retribution. You died, brother.
No.
I knew you would return. I knew you would be here again. And you see she's saying it with a waver in her voice. They are angered by the darkness of the future. They will resist, but the steel must be wielded against them. It must be wielded to save them. The ones that are different from us. There are no stars anymore. I thought I would lose my connection. But it has only made it echo more.
Has anyone been in the house?
Sister, the day after you left, They made a pact with the phantoms, the ones in the western seas, to bring their starless night to us, a blackness only in the night, nothing in the day. Pretenders of control, but they are slaves to the greater darkness.
Slaves in the greater darkness.
Puppets of the endless shadow.
Puppets of the endless shadow.
It's responsible for the stars.
She has that face you've seen before. It's the true strength to resist a greater fear that you can see kind of building inside her. It's an unknowing fear.
I'll kneel down, put my hand on her shoulder and say, Cecilia, are you afraid?
We aren't bright enough
even when we're together. Tyrants we take down would be better on our side, no?
Sometimes it's not that simple. We hunt those who have lost their place. What happens to them in the animal is not our choice.
She just looks down, kind of defeated. What if it's not their choice either? I will sleep on this. When I wake,
I'd like to know you, Scott Bunker.
I thought I would be gone. I like my room. Can I not?
There's so many eyes upon you.
I knew it. How did it go with the queen?
Better than expected.
She doesn't look at you with brothers or sisters' eyes. She looks at you through you, like me.
She was powerful. She was a great force.
She was not cursed with a gift, like some of us.
But like you, she was back. I do not know if she was an individual. Most of us really don't. She's playing a part.
It's hard to tell. But if a creature like that can have sincerity, they are not something we should forget.
We're still looking.
You won't die again. Not yet.
I try not to.
You have.
Lying bitch.
You have more to offer this time.
The gods are watching. The least we can do is give them a shot.
And not the one who brings the dead, who lost you the fight. He wants to do something to me, don't let him.
Probably never. We'll learn about everything. Someday I will see what happens to us.
He has foresight and has the ability to see that I am in pain often. And he wants he has the same problem. It is not his fault he wants to help. He does not know.
The mercy we show unto others is often that we wish was shown to us. You can always step away from us. No intention.
But my mind won't be at ease.
So I can everybody. And great.
I've been sleeping constantly. I think that's all I can do. Because when I wake, it's not quite here. There were people trying to look at me. I felt it. But they had nothing. Not magic. Not this time. No, doing the right thing, brother. That's all.
Oftentimes, some creatures feel small events. The same way we look to gods for inspiration. Some of those that are lesser can look to us for envy. It's a natural thought. As long as they want to make a choice based upon it. We cannot do anything in return. I'd still like to move you though. Just for safety.
You see at this point her eyes are almost looking through you again. You can tell she's there listening, but you're not sure how quickly she'll understand what you're saying to her. And if you do it now, you can guide her at night. If you want to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. He doesn't bring anything with him. You bring as much material as you need and think would be appropriate. Obviously enough bedding. Reasonable amount of bedding. Yeah. You arrive back. Ray, Sissy, what are you looking to do?
Buying thieves' tools.
Okay, you don't find any place to buy thieves' tools.
Okay, go to the black market and buy thieves' tools. Fuck with me, I dare you. Walk around and stab people until I find thieves' tools.
Oh my god.
They're not going to sell thieves' tools because that is literally the opposite of their trade. This isn't modern times where people don't care if you can pick locks.
But they would have thieves' tools they can steal.
No, they wouldn't.
How else do they open locks?
They bang them open with a hammer and unscrew them.
Or they cast another key.
Well, they use the key.
They use lockpicks to unpick locks so they don't break the lock and then you can reuse it.
Actually, if you break something inside a lock, normally you just weld the key to a piece of metal and you pull the key out. That's how they used to remove.
Or they have a skeleton key.
That too.
Every lock is the same key.
I wish I had that key, but I don't.
Cicero, you enter the underground and you walk towards the place where you saw the market, which you knew was closing and closed. And the only places really to talk to for people to give you things or sell you things would be the bartender, which is kind of faced to the very corner beneath the balcony, which looks over most of the activity that would be happening, which is just gambling. And you can see that there is an old, aged man who is looking over, as he did before, in a bear that stands at the bottom of the stairway that leads up to him. If you go to the bartender, who looks like a big-ass, orky dude, and a woman who's all sitting at the bar, kind of slowly drinking some wine.
Okay. I'm myself.
Okay.
I'll walk up to the bartender. My hands on the bar. Hi there, bartender. Do you think you could point me to someone who could give me some thieves' tools?
He's turning his back. His back is to you, and he's turning his back to face you, and you can see in his lap, like wrapped around his waist, is a massive pot, which he is stirring, actively producing some sort of thick, porridge-looking liquid.
Wow, that looks mighty nice.
Oh, my please, you might want to wait and you see he's like trailing off, but you're realizing he's like looking over your shoulder, and as you realize he's kind of like stumbling his words and eventually just stops talking, you notice panting over your shoulder is the lap kind of a bear.
Oh my, you're a big bear guy.
For bear man. And you
Hi there. So sorry, I invited myself in. I just got like an acquaintance of mine. He said this was a good place to come. I need to be able to pick locks.
You see a very posh-looking man with bald, completely bald. You can see a very fine grey goatee. Yes. Yes, I can provide something like that for you. Yeah,
Brilliant.
I will do it for free. Provided you can tell me where my son is.
I look him down. Quest! I'm sorry, I have money, but I don't know what your son is. I'm sorry. Does he look like you?
My son was seen entering the same bar as you 7 days ago.
How does that story?
Have you been stalking me?
I'm that guy.
No, I just have informants. I'm looking for my son. He's a
What the fuck did your brother do to him? Apart from beat him up.
Wait, who are you?
I'm Klaus. Augustine.
I've never heard of it. I'm sorry. I've been at a lot of bars in the last few days.
Yes, you have.
You have been following me. That's a little strange. I just got in town.
No, I just have informants.
Okay.
You have to kill him before we get strong.
I can't kill anything.
The bear's like progressively getting slightly louder. I'm happy to give you that thieves' tools set you're after.
It's like 3 minutes.
I don't know where your son is. Sorry.
Wait, is he in Bannerman?
Was this a person that talked to me?
He's a webber.
He's a webber.
He's a webber. He's a bear covered in large white robes. His armor is mostly gold with blue gauntlets, armored, metallic blue gauntlets. Very ostentatious for a bear.
Man, got a crazy damage for that. So,
Barrington.
I think you have me confused with someone who... I'm assuming you think something happened to your son? Your son's missing, if that makes sense.
I don't much care for the boy, but he risks my reputation. And I'd like our family's name to not get out there. So if you could do it discreetly.
You want me to kill your son or find your son?
If he is dead, then do not touch it. Just tell us where you find it.
Can I just pay you for the thieves till it's dead?
This is no longer bargaining.
I'm not really a mercenary.
This is not a proposition.
You want me to find your son?
You will find it.
I'll give it a go. Sure. Meet back here in a day or two, I guess, with some thieves' tools.
The Solomon sentence was the last place he entered.
I think I remember that place. I got a real bad memory.
I bet. You don't hear the bear make another sound as they both turn away and walk up the wooden stairs. Well, the bear doesn't, he stays at the bottom, but the old man walks slowly up stairs to your left. And the big orc who's been still stirring this pot, who's basically just stopped and watched this whole interaction. Oh yeah, man, I give you a drink.
Are you gonna ask me to find your son and then it's free? Sorry, that was just a little joke. Is that guy a big deal around here?
Yeah, that's the overseer.
What a coincidence.
Have I seen you in here before?
I've never been in here before, so it's severely unlikely.
You just got the ear thing.
The pointy, like my entire race.
Yeah, maybe it was another one just like you.
I've seen, there's a... No.
The woman who was there beside him is literally just like, has got her glass and she's just looking at you with one hand on her head.
Can I help you, man?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that guy?
Oh, the overseer?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's never talked to anyone down here that I've seen.
He's a really good guy.
I feel real special. I love getting coerced by wild bosses.
Oh, yeah, that happens all the time down here. I just never come here alone. It's normally the go.
You're here alone.
Oh, no, I got him. And she points across the bar to the bartender, the enormous orc. She's a small woman.
Well, that's nice for you. You know where I can find some thieves' tools?
I can help you find something else.
Is it anything like thieves' tools?
If you need a certain house key, I'm sure in the next week I can probably help you.
Way to steal a lady's heart.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
You sure?
Pretty sure right now. I'm gonna go find some thieves' tools. I'll see you later.
Okay, little awkward elf boy.
Bye-bye.
It's like, I'm gonna take a shower.
I'm gonna go to somewhere else.
I'm going to somewhere else.
I'm gonna go to a tavern and ask if there's been any robberies recently.
God forbid you kidnap one noble.
Do you go back to any of the taverns that you've been to previously? You go to the totally new one. Okay.
I have a ring now. I've been here a solid 7 days.
Okay. You don't go back to the McDonald's one, I'm assuming?
Oh, I go back there.
You go back there. I love it.
Can we not make your pet?
You can't.
Yeah, that's why I said we, not me.
Who's we?
The 2 tinkers we have in our building.
I'll ask him later.
Okay, so you get to the corner.
Field commerce here, okay.
So you're going around everywhere and just being open about it.
Yeah, you notice that there's a few.
Wait, I'm blonde. I'm blonde now.
You're blonde.
Also, he has changed the identities. Blonde.
Okay.
Blonde dye. He did apply dye, not
I used to tend to go back into my normal form for that now.
Okay, minor change. If you're looking just for just someone else to sell you thieves' tools,
yes, I'm trying to find if there's been any robberies nearby. If anyone knows of any little local gangs, any rowdy children who have a propensity for opening locks, where I can find them.
The first place you go is just basically the coven of women monks who you drink. They can definitely tell you that the lockup of some of the blue officers have a ton of tools for thievery because it's a walk away.
That makes sense.
Most taverns around here will not know anything that isn't just kids using tools that shouldn't be used for lockpicks to try and open a door that isn't.
Annoying.
You don't hear any successful break-ins with lockpick stories or anything like that from the major city. You hear mostly the tales of, well, when that happened, it was 2 months ago, and it never happens. And they talk about dawn like it is the only time that lockpicks ever exist.
Yeah, interesting. Okay.
So you spend a night.
Yeah.
You don't get that answer, but
Brilliant.
anything else?
I'll return to the tower.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
15.
15. Okay.
I'm keeping an eye to be told, but very terribly clearly.
Yeah, it's dark, and you've got a good long-range sight, so you can see pretty well, even in the dark. And you're not noticing any figures actively watching you. That's
nice.
Safe. Right. Anything else you want to do for the end of the day when you pick up Moki and a full day, or do you want to just continue training?
If people are not training, I will go find a underground ring if there is one active and go find it.
Okay.
More money.
You can go back to that same ring, and you can make a diplomacy check.
Oh, yes.
We can run through this fast, but basically trying to tell
now diplomacy or intimidation?
This has to be a diplomacy.
Okay, fair enough.
This is to earn yourself a spot in the long-term run for
To stop them from killing you and stealing their money back.
Let's see. That is a plus 9, 16.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Now, if this was intimidation, it would be a bit higher. But no, so 16.
You immediately get entering to the next competition, which begins in 2 days.
Fuck. I have to setting up to kill him for the blind robbery he did of them a few days ago.
It goes 5 days now. They're actually still selling the same object that went up, but because of the fact that they thought the object would be the prize that they would sell, they have to cut away at the price of what would... So the former pot was 30k or scabbard, now it's 20k or scabbard.
Damn, I'm ruining them.
When do we push the probably do bet on you? You have 8 days from today.
Oh, okay, good.
So starting in 2 days, and then those tournaments only go for 4 days. So you're right on that cusp of having enough time plus maybe 2 days.
Eventually the scale will be at 10k and then spies better.
True. How much? A scabbard. That's like a light weapon, right?
Scabbard's a sheath. It's a sheath. It's been a sheath.
What type of sheath is it?
It looked like a sheath for...
I didn't realize it was a sheath.
Yeah. It looked like a sheath for maybe a long
sword, but it's a magic sheath, so maybe it reconfigures.
It's for a long sword, so it could work for your katana, but also might not.
Yeah. If it shrinks like other magic stuff, then yeah, maybe.
Sometimes they do.
Interesting.
You return to the competition. You meet up with all of the kind of bettors, and they obviously start to they rewire their fights to put a lot more money on you. Since you're the up and comer,
someone approached me to try to fix it.
At least on the first day, I think they're all surprised.
I approach you and say, please fix the economy of this place.
You're coming back 2 days later.
You make them zero money and yet have
that is not what I meant, and you know it.
You need to fix your mistake.
They made like 1 or 2 people.
Like a fixer.
Right.
Come on, you know what this is.
No, I don't.
Lose the fight for us.
So we return to the next morning.
Poor human settlement, they don't understand money.
Cicero returns home as everyone else is kind of waking up because obviously your reverie just it takes 3 hours, and you
can't do it. I haven't done it for months.
You have not slept for a long time. The morning light barely kind of crests. Loki, you are sleeping beside your children.
Yep.
You still notice your son is not waking.
That's fine. I fed them.
That is, one of them has been fed. The other, you put food in the mouth of, and it just didn't work. So
I just mashed it, mixed it with water, and had them drink.
You've tried to bat it, and it's like a bird. Hoping that some of that has gone away. But you guys are left to the long quarter facilities of the tower to
Oscar. My son hasn't woken up.
Your life I would love 6.
Can we find a doctor instead?
Yo.
Sounds a little strong. We should find a doctor. I'm very worried.
That brings to the point. Last time we had left those 2 sentinels, when we met them, one of them was similarly less conscious than the other. I wonder if it's an effect of the curse.
Probably. David died. But I think it was
unrelated to the curse. If it's curse related, I can probably do something.
Your children have an enchantment.
Sure.
I know that my bloodline passes from father to son. That could be part of it.
To my eyes, it appears necromantic, but according to the cultivation observed there, it's a power of reversal, which I've not particularly heard before. I know sometimes a negative energy can manifest, but I'm not sure if that's similar to reversal or not.
I'm not well versed in
it is
magic.
Powerful, similar that of a quasi or slightly lower.
Quasi-modo. Plague.
I don't know what those mean, but
Quasi deity.
Oh.
A creature of immense power that even gods begin to fear it. Not necessarily.
That makes sense if you think that's a sorcerer.
They often have abilities that break natural law.
Why does that make sense?
I don't want to get into it.
David, can I feel my son?
I also
You've been feeling your son.
I want to feel his curse. You know, the one that's passed from father to son. Because he's unconscious still. I'm particularly related to the curse.
You watch as Oscar threads some energy, and you notice that, weirdly enough, all of the threads seem to kind of like curl up his body and seem to just kind of disappear into his hairline. These red threads seem to stitch your wounds, seem to go.
I'm getting sick bag.
Just another good cross line.
More like their hairline is disappearing.
And make a sense motive roll for me.
19.
19. You notice that there is, immediately after the magic was cast, there's just a kind of an uncomfortable expression, then it followed by a wince. And you don't hear, there's no rapid breath, there's no sudden exhale. He breathes out through his nose. You can feel the gentle breath from that. But your daughter is woken up and is trying to kind of like coddle his head against her body to see if sitting him somewhat vertically will help.
Simris, how long has he been just like this?
6 months.
Hey.
11 years. Ever since we got it. He just fell over me like it.
Hey. It's just since he wasn't able to be conscious at all, it's just weeks. It hasn't been that long. He just hasn't eaten, and then we were rescued from the cabins where there were people and goblins, and they were prodding us, and they prodded him pretty hard a fair few times, but he was fine. But I don't remember why we were unconscious for so. It feels like we were unconscious for so long. I don't know. Since we were taken from you, it doesn't feel like it's been more than a year.
Okay.
And you look at them, and they are still surprisingly young looking. Like, not as mature over the 10-year period.
It's only been a year for them since I've been gone.
Maybe. They look ragged, so it's really hard to tell how old they've become.
I'm thankful.
I'll place visual examination of myself. Any weird cursey stuff, like veins or black stuff?
You got a pretty good idea when Oscar started to do some healing magic. You're noticing there are black veins which are coming down under the hairline and kind of out, not over the ear, but down kind of more around the back of the neck and the back of the...
Shit, that's a bad place.
Where the kind of central area of the spine and the neck is. And it just looks like it's running down in a kind of like a vertical trickle down and onto directly above the spine.
Oh, the curse has manifested in a unfortunate place. Yes, but his is gone on his spine, his neck, instead of an appendage or chest. It's stronger. No, strength doesn't really matter where it is, but it makes it more dangerous. It likes to shift the flesh beneath it, and when it's on the spine, that's dangerous.
Has this happened before?
These that have materialized these things, and normally it's a result of immense pressure.
Not with my brother or my father or my grandfather. Maybe some others, but I've never encountered it.
I'll place a hand on the greatest mass of the black veins.
Okay. You touch, and it's warm, where most of his body is decently cool.
I will call upon my own curse, my rage, and try and draw it towards me. Not trying to get rid of it, but just seeing if I can shift its position.
You try to pull something. And the first feeling you get is a kind of a tug from something that isn't connected to you. So that's interesting that you can feel it. You can feel the curse.
How does it feel? Is it angry? Is it cold? Is it...
At this point, it's very, very dull. It's subtle. And when it almost prods your senses, it's reacting more to you with intention than it is reacting itself. So, in the moment where you might try to, mostly what you can do without opening the skin while your curse is active, normally this is raw flesh to raw flesh. You know, broken fist skin, allowing the natural flow of under the skin infection to pass through. You're not opening his neck up to the wound.
No.
So you're not actively linking blood and curse between the two of you, but you can certainly feel it react to the curse that's in your hand, and that's in your arm. But it's very dull. It's like a flicker of a lighter versus a torch.
Does that weakness feel like it's the cause of him being unconscious?
That's really, it's almost too hard. Potentially, the curse is weak, and thus he is weak, or they're not symbiotic, and one is weak and the other is causing it.
And with the million times, why do you call it a curse?
Help with your sorrow.
The curse manifests when we're young in times of stress. And it is another stress. I'm unsure though if it's draining his strength or keeping unconscious, or the reason he's unconscious because it's already so weak. I could try and empowering his curse, but that might kill him or wake him up.
Where is it? Where do you originate from?
Well, we said it before, a quality.
Pain?
Yes and no, that's part of it.
It is a curse that has two states.
It used to be, it was a blessing of sorts, but it's long since been a curse once its source has been changed. It's not important. Not really.
Historically. But as much as you can about your father and about your son's defense mechanism.
Okay. If I'm wrong about any of this, please interrupt me. Back when there was a golden empire, my family, my tribe, my clan was warriors of theirs. Not the strongest or most important, but powerful in our own right. The best of our family, the leaders of our family, were blessed by a great beast from Medium. Gave us power strength, unrelenting endurance to fight. When the Empire fell, it changed. It was either something that happened with the Empire or something my great-grandfather did, but or completely unrelated. But the source of our power, that beast, was corrupted by something other, something of blood, something of ichor. It changed us, made us greater, better, but cursed us in turn. Our minds less, just lesser. Only family and love could keep us together, but if you fall to the depravity of it, then
It stripped away the wise ones first. It was able to segregate your own people, and it was one of the reasons.
my clan used to be the largest, but now it's gone because it just takes and takes and takes. Especially against our family.
And you're not unsure with this creature that implemented itself in the connection of
The source, the beast.
no, the anchor.
No, just that it's foul. No, whatever's left of the beast, just nothing. Just a shell.
Do you know what wasn't from
It failed.
that ichor?
The beast is from Anedium, but this ichor is from outside it. It's difficult to tell from where, but it's not. It goes everything against Anedium, against nature. It's part of why we're leaders of the tribe. So the ones we look after can look after us, stop us if we go too feral, too other. Forget the why.
What are the five giants like domains?
Cassus orders you disease, ignorance, idleness, sloth, and want.
And you're sure it didn't originate in Anedium?
No, it's from outside of it. That we know.
So you can provide two blessings.
I wouldn't call them blessings,
Sure.
but yeah.
I'm sure the creature you gave them.
That doesn't give us blessing, we're born with them.
Connections can be made through blood. They can be bonds. What do you think this fruit would do?
I don't think the fruit would hamper our connection, but the rituals my father had undergone are different from that. They are something not every leader, but he was given by the Buna clan of sight.
What do you feel is the one that separates look forward now with your blessing? You said it shifted it to be against you.
Clarity. Before our minds were clear, we could tell what was part of our pack, our tribe, what was important, but now it's fogged over. In heat of battle, we could target those close to us, or just lose ourselves entirely. There's no... Before it was a beast protecting its pact, a family. Now it's just a monster.
I may be thinking too deeply about it. It's funny how connections were made. There were creatures not necessarily born of naming the place there. Worshipped by the elves or perhaps used by the giants, the original. They were children of gods, made to be the antithesis of those who diverted from the manners. Do you know the original creature? The original beast?
The first beast? I do. It's where our power used to come from.
Does it have a name? It's a title.
You make a local check. You try. +2.
+2 to this?
Wow, look at that.
Okay. Come on.
You get 25.
Bullshit me.
You've got the... That's cocked. Oh, God. That's the iron trade cocked.
Natural 1. It was an 18, that was cocked, now it's a natural 1. He even rolled in the box. That's a 14.
You never had even... Your father would probably know. The name of the creature itself, there was no scientific term or no name that was given by the creature. You just gave it the name. And that name is like the something. A title like the Tyrant. A title, not a name.
So that's what I call it. My dad would probably know.
No, you don't even know what its title was. But your father probably doesn't know what it would be called because it didn't. Not that you're aware, it intentionally put blinders on your people. It was not designed. That creature was not designed for thinking, and it stripped away that process from your people.
Right.
It was like a devastation.
Do not know its name or even the title. We just call it first beast. Our beast.
And if you do happen to remember it, it might be quite useful.
Your wife could know as well. She's pretty old.
Only the Krueler clan might know from the visions or delves into the past. Wouldn't trust them.
And this curse, does it grow stronger with age? Or with generations?
With age. Generation from generation, there's not much difference in power, but...
Generally, it's a recycle process. They are weaker when they are given.
Age does. There's only, in each generation, even if there are multiple who bear the curse, one is better, special than the others. It's not by birth either, it's by fight. If my father were to kill me and my brother, then he would grow stronger. If he were to kill my son, even more.
Does your daughter have this, or is it only a male thing?
It only passes through father to son. My daughter is safe. For my blood, probably not my wife.
I haven't started seeing anything like Mother has, she says, and she kind of just pushes the hair aside from the matted face.
Well, unfortunate to say, I do not know much of what I do not know. If you can think of any more information, I can let you know if anything comes up.
I think for now we should train. Make better equipment.
Thank you for telling us, though.
Yes.
I know it's not easy.
Well, let's move on with it. Ray? Mia?
Ray's getting a call right now.
You said there was training to be had or something?
No, that's your voice.
Huh?
That's your voice now.
Would mind punching some people.
I need my coffee first. Good. We don't have that here. Shit. Okay, well, different coffee. We can fight.
You mean cocaine?
Okay, I've prepared this string of very thick cloth. Come here, real.
Why are you blindfolding me?
You're a bit tall. Literally no reason. Just puts it around you. You're now blindfolded. It's very thick.
I'm pretty sure we died to blinded all of us.
After the blinding mistake.
No, this is also due to the horde that we will be fighting half of.
Yes, we are also expecting an onslaught from
We
the
finally blind that.
half apparition.
They were destined.
Wow, okay.
Everyone gets
So by training like
Why
this,
couldn't we have Cornell here? He would be great at this. He's already blind.
so this is how we will fight. Also, Oscar will show us some other ropes.
So,
Not literal ropes, of course.
Okay,
That
so
would be
this is
weird
your
if you were to
training.
show us ropes. What I meant is, I mean, specific training on teamwork.
Yes, I've been trying to hone in on the ability to fight in a coordinated unit.
we gotta gain a teamwork feat.
What is that?
Oh, it's a thing where
We work together to produce something good.
just canonically doesn't matter again.
Do you want to do a mock battle with me blindfold or just train? That's it. Train. Skip.
You do. Yeah, we'll skip. You,
God.
I think even past this, the thing that the group will struggle with the most is that having a centaur for combat is very useful to show them what they're fighting. Also showing them how you fight is very important. So I think it's a bit back and forth. You're not blinded the whole time. You need to show people what is a kind of vital area of the strike. And you saw 9 of the armored people that were. I mean, most of them were relatively heavily armored. Sorry, 8 of them heavily armored.
This is a half-melted giant, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's fucking massive.
Yeah, it's a bit big. The room itself is luckily a 25-foot tall ceiling and like long 2 central pillars to split the room up. So they fit. Even the Yeti fits. They just kind of stay at the back of the room. When they bring themselves into the front, they're training with each other, or they're training against you. So, you know.
I'll teach them 3 things. 1, centaurs never retreat. 2, this is not a weakness.
Yeah.
Their backside is a weakness. That's why they don't retreat. That's why I can think of.
Does the basement go onto the street?
It goes onto one of the back road streets, yes.
Wait, fuck, I should probably tell everyone about the clans.
Fucking history lesson.
In my tribe, there are 4 clans. Each of them have special abilities. There's Wukong clan, which is me. You all know that. That's the... I'm up in there, so...
I don't know if we have to re-explain this, but don't forget.
No, it's...
You got Forest and you've got Swift.
there's
Yeah,
the
any
Buddha
information.
clan. You probably won't fight them. They're all oracles, pretty much. There's the
Go on first. Go on.
Thomasia clan, or Spirit clan.
Problem with Argos?
They're pretty much nature druids. They can get, like, vines to fight you, or animals. And then there's the Euro clan. They are fast.
No, he's not revealed anything about this one.
The Euro
I
clan
do
is fast.
distinctly remember you revealing your clans before.
Do the druids heal people?
Yes,
about the Wukong.
Kill them second.
I think he's mentioned the Oracle clan.
I think it's mentioned the
Buddha clan.
vines.
My wife is from that.
That's nice.
We've seen them.
Yeah.
I've met them.
All the clans are pretty powerful, except for the Euro clan. Their only special thing is being fast.
That is a power in
Tends to be
itself.
a short wall.
They're also shorter, less strong, but they're fast.
Logie, tell us how you really think. They're shit.
Hey, my best friend was from the Euro clan.
So they're not a threat.
They're fast.
So they're not a threat.
Yeah.
Force equals mass times velocity. There's still the mass of the force, and if they're faster, they're going to hit hard.
Well, they'll just shoot you with a
But
bow.
when they run away, I can attack them.
They'll probably be they have the most centaurs, so they'll probably be the most populous.
Do they use bows?
Yes.
All centaurs use bows.
Do they use bows more than everyone else?
Some use bows, some use swords, some use spears, some use
So they're
ladders.
idiots. Good to know.
You don't like them.
Pretty much.
Don't know if you guys knew, but if a centaur is faster than you, just stays 200 meters away from you, they're literally immune to all of your attacks and could easily kill you.
But
Luckily, they're stupid.
each one has a legend about their people, but yeah, not really. But we probably won't face any
I can
legends.
catch arrows.
You can?
That's very useful.
I can also catch arrows.
Do you have any other
just
unknown, very useful abilities that we don't know about yet? Now's the time to reveal them.
Unknown that we don't know about yet.
What about you?
I have a few miracles.
I'm just making fun of what you said.
Okay. Do we have any unknown abilities that we don't know of yet? That could be helpful? Anyone?
I have a few miracles that I can perform, but they're primarily offensive.
Was that specifically for him?
It's for all of you.
I don't have anything unknown. My abilities are stronger, I guess.
Most of my strength comes from the fact that they are a surprise. I would like to keep it that way.
Surprise against our enemies, not us.
He said there are oracles. Perhaps they can read your minds.
Okay. Well, should we go on a lunch break now? Or what time is it? I need to talk to you.
It's only 2 hours and 20 minutes into it. So.
Yeah.
I'm fucking sick of this.
Yeah, he's not talking this whole time. It's good.
It's very good, I agree.
I've talked a lot actually by accident. But I haven't been here in character.
What are you talking about?
It's a rock.
So I guess we all do training against centaurs, against blindfolded.
A good portion of my training is I tie one leg to someone else's leg and then the other leg to someone else's leg, and you have to learn how to mirror each other.
Okay.
It's terrible.
I progressively increase the thickness on. At the start, it's 50% opacity, then it goes to 80, then it goes to 85, 90, 98, 99.999. Now, you may be thinking, how am I getting so specific in this? Trial and error.
I guess I see from the side.
And at the end, you have like 5 layers on that's like this thick.
So that's a lot of endurance.
Real training.
Yes, real training.
Good training. I also go through a meditation routine just to like calm everybody's nerves.
Okay.
I asked for a doctor.
Some blind. You asked for a doctor?
For my son.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like for the people training because they're going to need a
I
doctor.
have a doctorate in engineering. Oh, never mind. For your sons. Not needed. Still, old man walks back to the corner of the room and keeps tinkering.
So we can do
Your
that for a few
job
days.
was
Oh
kind of
wait,
confusing.
I give him my axe to clean. Don't mind me.
Wow.
It's always bleeding, so
I'm
just
currently
keep it.
working on masks and poison.
And more of
Since
it.
one of you
Don't know how you gonna come back from that.
you actually allow someone to hit you, but except you're already in the motion of spinning, rolling, so that you look like you take the hit, but you're actually just pushing yourself away from their hit.
Look, I only have a 10 dex.
That's next. Yeah, but that's okay. That's okay. Your armor does substantially blunt a lot of the.
It's more like
force.
falling rather than rolling.
Yeah, it's yeah. But the crowd still not happy with you from the former fight. You can see a lot more people are viciously angry when you're taking a beating. What the fuck is he doing? Like, not expecting you to be hurt at all, because all of the last fight you were not touched. So it's certainly bringing a bit more attention to
Stop fucking throwing in midline.
This is quarterfinal! You don't need to be looking like that!
You want to know why you were being 10 deaths now?
Yeah.
Says Randy.
I had a very enlightening interaction in the black market yesterday. Well, last night. Your plan with your little kidnapped victim worked. His dad is very annoyed.
Wonderful. That's very good to hear.
The side plot is thickening.
The side boob is taking.
Fair warning, I think he's the leader of the underground crime
The overseer.
organization. Yeah.
That's interesting. I guess that would make sense.
A lot of money.
Okay. I'll let leave now. Thank you for the information. I doubt his son's been hurt.
Too much.
No doubt. Well, my life has been threatened, so...
Did you end up getting your thieves?
No, he offered me them for free if I saved his son.
No, just...
So I think life
this is just me agent saying it.
That's
Yes.
I can probably borrow you some thieves.
I would like them forever.
Sure.
He definitely has at most one set, but they're not too hard to make.
They're very rare in this city, apparently.
Well, there was a ban on them a while back. Originally, blacksmiths were crafting lockpicks and other sorts of breaking and entering devices. But then a call ran through the city, and, well, we had the ban. So,
Okay.
it's for the people.
Four.
No. Well, if you come with me, I can get you there.
Sounds great.
Okay. And you watch as Ray is training, but you know in the evening of this day, Ray will be off to the races. And okay, so you spend the morning also doing some training. For audiences to recall what teamwork feat is this goal intended, this training for, especially for you guys, to be intended to?
We are trying to get the outflank feat
So when you flank, you are getting a +2 bonus.
on top of the normal.
On top of the
Yep. So your ticket when you're flanking with someone else that has the feat is +4.
Okay. And in soon a few days, that ring will be made, which I believe just is giving you the opportunity to give it to someone else for free.
Yep.
Wait, that's what that does?
No. It does a couple of things.
Yeah.
It also does the staggered stuff, right?
That's a different.
That's different. You know,
The only thing it does is if someone gets a critical attacks or every attack or trees from you, Alex.
Every attack as long as it's melee attack. I think you can flank on.
Is there a touch attack skill?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
I still can't land until I come back.
Sure.
You're a rock. You can throw yourself at them.
I can give you
Now,
a ring
rocking more.
if we need to.
How do you put a ring on a rock?
My hope is that he comes back as a person.
What's that?
I come back as a cur.
You could put it on.
I come back and go, I am the wolves.
Okay, you spend the better half of the morning heading back to Hypos Heights, and you find Solomon's Sentence, the double S, the bar sign, downward stairs that leads to a dark, shady, underlit area. Doors are open or unlocked. And there's still some usual people. It's now mid-afternoon, early afternoon, still like 1:30-ish.
Anyway, watching this place.
That makes sense. They usually are. Well, let me show you to the kitchen. Lead them into the back rooms.
You lead them into the back rooms.
And into the basement.
Spooky
Into the
basement.
second base.
You want to give them a little description as how...
You sell food here?
How... is it stairs or is it a ladder?
I think it's really just a ladder.
Yeah.
Like you see, like behind the bar, it goes to a small back room where, like, there's a few
Shelving units.
probably like one pan with like a heating unit, and then in the floor underneath the small rug is a locked iron door that leads down into a fairly dark, probably 2-room basement, sectioned off into one primary room where, like, with a small table, and then the second one is another large iron door, multiple latches on it, and just a bare room, incredibly dark, with a single chair in the middle, and probably the sun.
Yeah, yeah. There's this quiet little drip in the far back corner of the room where some open water faucet is just slowly leaking down the side of the wall. So the back corner has just some intense mold growing down the side, but except for that, the whole room is spotless.
Sick.
Oh, there he is.
I knew he was here.
I think your brother would still be manning the fire, right? I think so you've walked past the kind of almost identical sibling.
I'll ask in his head. Have we gotten everything out then yet? What do you think you can get?
We've gotten some sort of coded message from your brother. Some sort of verbal ritual component.
His father wants to see him.
I'll ask his brother.
I'll need more time to find him.
He's just borrowing a few of your tools.
Keep him permanently. I can give you money for them if you want.
I will stay out of this. I will leave this to you. Picks up 3 drinks, one under the arm, tucks, begins to walk away from you guys and to serve 2 people.
You're not worried they're gonna come here and burn the body to the ground, kill your brother?
Not super worried. I think if they do, we'll move somewhere else.
But your brother will be dead.
He can handle himself.
Sure.
I think the important thing is that we're not physically damaging the sun. They will keep their watch.
Before Oscar, you saw a piece of paper that obviously you read it and it made no sense to you, but then your brother communicated something to you. Somno, Ritium, Herdax, Ritium. And it's just like loosely scribbled onto a sheet of paper.
Does seem like a racial composition.
Totally.
I think it's naive to think that everything we do will stay in the shadow. If they choose to make an aggressive stance, it just means we need to speed up.
You're gonna let me into your plan with this shitty family?
Unfortunately, I can't tell you that.
So no. Thanks.
Well, I could if you were willing to make
A pledge.
a vow to the gods.
No, I'm good.
I figured. So, I cannot tell you anything. But know that I don't mean any harm to the son. His father, I'm not sure.
Thanks. We didn't expect the son.
I think in terms of physical features, you don't see any. You see. It looks like the remnant of maybe like a bruise from like a slap, but it looks really old. Like a hard enough slap to cause like discoloration on the side of the face. So there's some wear. None of it looks like it's actually recent. So maybe when he first came down here or before. There is some sort of interesting black secretion from both eyes, which is dried.
Great.
And that's it.
Well, I don't know if he'll be the same man he was when he was out.
Let's hope not.
Big strong.
Your character that you brought into this world is waking at the sound of them talking and leaving the room. You're catching the end of this conversation.
Okay, well, see this torture?
You're like strapped into a torture
No,
seat.
absolutely not.
Chair.
No torture here, officer.
His head throbs, but the sound is the first thing to kind of reach his ears.
Gods! Gods!
I look up.
He said it's good. It's alright, no one will be able to hear him.
You can hear his voice is kind of raspy. Like he's not the first time he's been yelling.
Okay, well, I had planned on using these to free him, but then his dad went and pissed me off, so I'm gonna go walk around the city and get the shit beaten out of me by a bunch of thugs.
Sounds good.
See you later.
Get me out of here! You can't keep me in prison!
That's a good point.
Yeah, I'll have to
They leave you.
for another 4 more days.
He is stuck down there for who knows God, who knows how long.
So let me clarify. You don't want me to tell his dad what you do.
Well, look, he probably already knows, but not yet. We'll use the fact that we have him help as a bit of incentive. Best information. Out of the father. You can just do whatever you need to do. If you wish to tell them, we can figure out something around that. I mean, certainly it'd be easier if you didn't, but I'm not one to control you.
Alright, after getting gaslighted, you probably walk out into the actual underground bar.
I'm not gaslighted.
Do you take the piece of paper with the incantation in it? Sure. Okay. And you walk out, you see your brother's not in the underground at all right now. As you look around, you assume that maybe he's gone down the road to grab something or kicking someone out. Yes.
He's going there.
You just leave?
Yes.
You return. You obviously bypass a few smaller temple shrines, a few areas where minor clergy hang in the noble areas, yeah. Then you pass through the middle sector of the city, cut down the middle, you arrive at the fort, where you can see people are the soldiers that are mostly inside have begun to kind of move outside. They're giving the people of the basement maybe some space to sleep without all the noise. So you can see patrols are moving around all of this tunnel at the corner of the main road. And you don't see Ray, Monkey, or his children. You're assuming that they're still inside. Good. And since you probably spent 3 days, but you haven't seen Sophia in probably 3 days. So you still don't see her, even though you might have expected to. Small redhead girl is nowhere to be seen, and you notice that sitting on top of a few of the crates, there is a small raven that's just kind of black feathered, just hanging low. You see as you enter Oscar, it actually lowers its head very deeply. Brightens itself.
Is that for you?
Friffles.
What do you mean?
The raven that just bowed its head at you.
It's a messenger.
Okay. You bypass Rasul, the elephant folk. Kind of the bib. He's now somewhat dirty, but continually he is casting magic, sucking all of the dust and fumes into a small area and projecting it outwards. And as you walk past, he says, "We don't have much left in terms of material. Marine, Fred Oscar wanted to give one of you. It's nearly done.
Brilliant.
We'll be done by the end of the day."
You out of material? You mean gold or actual material?
Oh, gold.
Do you need more?
For further construction, yes.
Yeah, well, I don't have any money. Talk to Ray.
Okay.
Anything else you need?
I still have enough tea from this morning. Ray did his strong.
Yep, it's definitely been Ray getting it for you. Absolutely. Go upstairs. To the roof.
You arrive at the peak. You do look out over it. Or do you stand from a distance and look at the city? Do you look down and out, or do you look over?
Sure, I'll have a look around.
Okay, you take 4 directions and you look down each of them. Make a perception check.
That one. Pull my hood up and sit on one of the parapets. Just sit there.
You spend a bunch of time training, not you.
Yeah.
And end of the 8th day, Ray returns. Got like one little nick of the eye where your performance went kind of too well. At the end of the 8th day, the ring's complete. So, what else do you need of me? You hear Ray, you beginning to enter the building. You're hearing Vessel sounds a bit like testy, like he wasn't meant to be around for this many jobs, but he's.
What have I entered?
The ring that we were making is finished.
Okay.
You're hearing stomp back upstairs.
Did you ask him to make something else? Is that why he's annoyed?
Well, remember we had talked about potentially rings that could benefit our frontline fighters.
Yes.
I sort of asked him if he could get started. He didn't take it.
I see, fair enough. He has been working non-stop for 8 days.
Yes, well, crazy time. Regardless, this ring is finished.
I see. Which one is this?
This is the ring that is imbued with tactical precision. I'm able to attune it to myself and then pass it to you. And you should be able to copy my movements.
Oh, it's that one. Okay.
It looks like coiled rope in full knotted, tangled ring form.
Unfortunately, it seems like it'll only work if the wearer, the person who I give it to, is working with me. It doesn't. It only gives you the skills to copy the person who wore it originally.
You see.
So it's less simple as just learning the skill itself. A bit more restricted. But I'll probably give it to Cicero at this point.
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Maybe Monkey, if he doesn't learn the skill in time.
Well, I don't think Cicero is truly paying attention either way.
That's fair. But in combat, we would like him to.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I will imprint my moves upon this ring. Gets the message across.
What day of the tournaments am I on?
Out of day 2.
Out of
4.
Cool.
So you're on the 10th day will be your last performance. The 11th will be the conclusion.
Can we do a real quick calculation of money? So what expensive has people fucking used my money for? So, okay, out of the 30 grand I had,
yeah, I think 2.5
and 10 grand of the party fund, minus 100. So we got 9,900 of the party fund that originally had.
I'm taking 1,100. And then
You've taken 1,100.
I took 5,000 of that original 10,000.
And 5,000, okay.
But that was for the sash.
So we got 4,900 left.
Yeah.
Of that original 10K.
Yeah, and then whatever you have left.
I feel like there's been a lot more expenses.
No, there hasn't been.
Really?
Nothing as in spent.
It's too slow for you guys.
Well, like, what about on the items?
Nope.
So the items was 5,000 on the sash.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's the ring I paid for myself.
Oh, okay.
And then technically the 12,000 from the board side, but we've only spent 1,000 of that.
And was that included?
Yeah, it's my 1,100.
Yeah.
Oh,
The 12,000 was the only thing that was going into your part of the fund.
okay. I actually expected a lot. I was...
Oh, 11K.
Yeah, thanks.
Really? I don't know that, but sure, I'll pay it.
So technically it's like I think you're at like 24 grand of gills.
Okay. I actually thought I had the 30 grand was already used up.
Which rings will we be creating and how much do they cost each?
The staggered one you're talking about?
Yeah. So I don't remember what it's called.
Ring of ferocious action.
That sounds like it.
And that is 1,500 for each room. So we're going to get 3 of those. So a total of 4,500. And that is when you get a staggered condition from an enemy attack, you can ignore it for up to 5 rounds.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that feasible to craft in the amount of time we have left?
It's up to how long it takes.
Yeah.
But given the fact that we've got another 6 days.
How much is the ring book?
1,500.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it seemed feasible to make.
Okay.
And then the rest was probably, I think, the masks, but they're 5 gold each.
4 plus 2 against whatever the defense.
And that was going to be, we're going to get 15 of those.
Oh my god.
Plus 2 for against hail, poison, diseases, and also smart and stuff. What about beds? What about supplies?
All the beds I borrowed. But then we still don't want to get healing potions and stuff. I think that's what you're saying.
Might be a good idea. We don't have to. I agree. Let's not get healing potions. We don't need them. You guys need them.
So we still have things to spend the money on. But we also still have gold. And then we should probably also...
Okay, we have 13,500 of my money left.
Yes.
Still have that 11,000. You can just not give me money to do this.
Yeah, taking 8
I have some money.
Do you have several thousand gold?
I had 2 copper.
Okay, I'm gonna need 10k for Onyx's
Fight
army.
me.
I will permanently blind you and deafen you. And
I still have a 50% hit rate.
I have a 50% miss rate.
Nice.
Also,
8 rolling percentile now.
you use poisons, right? No. No? Okay.
Ooh, you're pointing at me.
Yes, he has a special dagger that allows him to use poison.
I just have the best poison in the game. It's called
I don't have mine now.
I need
You're also blind.
I wish I had some.
pen. Money.
You don't write it down in pen.
Alright.
Is anyone
James could be growing better than most.
new point that we want to try and fast forward through the next few days?
Yes. Please.
Gosh, all Oscar will be doing will be training, communication, check the count case.
That's a good point.
But otherwise,
Okay.
that specific.
You can skip through easily just the next 2 days. Cicero, are you going to tell me something that you're going to do, or are you just going to be ambiguous?
I'll look for Zivia.
Okay. You have a city.
She's invisible.
But if you're looking at a close area, you
Ask the several people I've met over the last 2 days.
people.
Survival check. Hunted down.
You certainly hear of a small redhead girl moving around the city. Yeah. Most people think she's homeless.
Sick.
They just don't give you a direction. They tell you an area that she was in. Just you go there and you don't find her. You probably spend at least 2 or 3 hours just asking people around, searching for stuff, and then you make your way back to the tower after a certain prolonged period of searching, and you find Sophia back, starting to introduce herself to the calf of Moki, the youngest.
Okay.
Or just you see just an opening interaction. Sophia's on her knees in front of Simrez, and they're having seemingly just a short, an honest girl-to-girl conversation.
Oh my god.
That's nice. I'll go to the roof.
Okay. So you stay on the roof for 3 days.
Yeah.
There is obviously herbalist stores or whatever that you can.
Don't need money.
Okay.
I'm being hunted by a mafia leader.
Is this what you're staying on the roof to hide?
Well, I'm sitting on the edge. Anyone can look up and see me.
Sure. But that's what you're doing.
Sure.
Make another perception check.
You're going to trade for the teamwork feed? No.
Because he's gonna just get it for free.
16.
So kind of reach out for me.
Make another one for me.
Why is this number invisible? 21.
Okay.
So we're just thinking about things.
This 8th and 9th night, you think a lot. You don't see anything in particular. You obviously catch back where Sophia is, but then she's very quickly gone. That's where she wants to be, clearly. You, on that 10th night, the night before Rain return with the rewards, you're noticing that there is a few cloaks that have remained the same over the last few days. Different areas, but like the exact same cloaks, same physical builds from with your angle. They're normally staying at least 2 or 3 streets back from your tower, but with eyes on it from the distance. You notice about 6.
Sick.
But definitely dispersed pretty heavily around the buildings.
When I go downstairs, probably the second day, where they're all training, I say, he goes, can you train up on the street?
Some of them already are, but yeah, not the giants and not Oscar.
How come?
Well, it'd be faster. But also, if we're going to be a group, we should have a presence.
Let's move on to the street then.
It's just like, what, 14 people with blindfolds that are super thick on the street just fighting each other?
Two-faced giant.
Well, they don't
getting
always
outfits.
Sometimes we do.
Okay, well, so if we're not
Giant
fighting,
is like blowing things up. He's not just hitting things with his axe.
He's using fire for range, but he's using his axe for close combat.
Okay. That's fine.
So kind of his offhand, when he's not wielding the axe with 2 hands, he'll release a burst of fire in one direction. Obviously, it's just scorching a wall. He's focusing, but he's not trying to hit anyone. And then the Yeti and him start to have a few arguments over the course of the week, and fire, bird of fur is exchanged.
I'm at him.
Make one more perception check for me.
oh,
17.
Now,
where level what?
now that you've got an eye for what those cloaks are, you certainly see them again. You just see 5 instead of 6. And you do see they have maybe stepped an extra half block back.
Lovely.
Not much difference. That night, Ray returns. You have a choice, Ray. You can describe how you do the battle again, but you come up against... This isn't a giant. This is simply one of the fighters that did the best, who seems to be wielding fire with his fists. He has these kind of like...
Is it his name fire?
I know that dude.
He has this like, well, just some sort of like large, bulky boxer. Maybe just like he's got a wrestler's physical build, quite short, long, tangled, matted hair that kind of it's dark brown. It runs down to the shoulders, but he falls to the same weakness of the same problems that you had. If you wanted to make performance intimidation.
Give me more money with performance, surely, right?
That's totally up to you, yeah.
Go to
Nope.
follow money.
Well, I mean,
That's good.
that's like 15 or something.
Okay. You can't cover it as well that you're winning in kind of the same fashion that you beat the Yeti with. But you don't get people yelling or booing at you when you win this time.
Aha.
You have a choice. 20,000 golds or
A sheath. Okay.
That seems like a sheet.
Can I ask the guy holding it up?
Mm-hmm.
What is the importance of this sheath?
You see it's a birdman, and he is holding... This was the favorite blade of Caesarion.
Blade. That's a...
This... the holder of the blade of one of the greater threats of another world. Indeed, he continues to talk to the crowd.
I'm not gonna lie. Take the gold. The gold, honestly, would be actually.
This blade is imbued with tremendous anger
You're getting a free 20k.
and hatred.
You're stealing 20k from these poor men.
Can I do a roll of what's the insight one again? Sense motive. Can I do a sense motive? Does it seem like this is actually a powerful thing, or does it seem like a cheap trinket? So that's a 22.
I love this.
I'm glad.
You notice this. It looks like it. One, it looks definitely just like not necessarily a long sword, but more like a long-handled greatsword, or like a long stem greatsword. So it's a really big sheath. Although he's not talking about it like it's for a weapon. You see, it is a leather and ceramic sheath, but the top part, and what you would say is probably the most prominent, there is a black gem at the kind of tip of it, of where the sword would meet the sheath, but you can see it is fractured several dozen ways. Like, it is just a very cracked central gemstone at the top of. So it looks like it's probably.
So is there actually a sword in it, or is it
just a sheath?
Yeah.
So back into the sense motive.
He looks like he's trying to sell you an item that this creature probably what's gone, but probably believes is.
It might be cursed.
What's the word? You might think he could think that, or just faulty.
What weapon does Moki usually use?
Great axe. That's also cursed. Also cursed, I can't rip it.
And no one else in our party would use a great weapon.
Yeah, take those. Take those.
I know it's...
Put any sword in it, I'm sure it will fit.
Ask him an axe would fit.
I'm pretty sure Johnson.
Just a sword, though, not some sort of bow or mace.
Can you use a fucking sword?
No.
Oh, fuck it. I'll take it.
What?
Just because.
Take the gold.
No one can use it. Take the gold.
Take the gold.
I've already taken it.
You fucking.
I'm curious what it is. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, this is worth it.
No, take the gold.
It's worth 30 grand. So it's like worth it.
You can't sell them for 30 grand.
Can't sell it.
It doesn't look like it is worth at all 30. It maybe looks like it's worth a few $100.
Now
Maybe.
everyone knows it's worth 20 grand because that's what he got it for.
You could have taken it.
But it actually does only fit a greatsword. So that's great.
But now
I'm literally going to fucking use it.
But now
How good?
I wanted to read the thing, okay?
Check magic.
I don't use magic. I don't even know this yet. Because he doesn't know fucking magic.
You should have went you shouldn't have taken it because now they can't host a tournament again because they don't have enough prize.
To be fair,
Thank you very much.
You know what? That's fair.
You could have just
another
given
30
the gold.
grand from the first one.
Yeah.
That makes it worth it.
Overall, you're still pulling in 60k in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, bit under. For however much you can
Bankrupt
sell.
the fighting bits of this place. There's no more longer
But they pulled that
space.
scab off the street. I mean, that was the easiest.
Okay, well, this really comes down to determining if my weapon is a magical weapon.
I agree.
Because that hinges on a lot of things. I think previously in the game you said it's highlighted, it's exuded some sort of color when using detect magic, which would mean it's a magical weapon, but a lot of mechanics come down to is it a magical weapon or not. There's a lot of things that are applied to this weapon, so I'm not sure if it is or
I
not.
would consider magic.
Okay, it's a magic weapon. Good to know. So now I don't...
Can you do that?
So I can... No, that's the trigger.
We have two magic
Yeah.
people, you can figure it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I head back.
Head back with the surprising lack of chinking. God, I should have used that word. Linking.
That's not better.
Shing-a-ling-ling-ling. There's none of that. It's just the cold footsteps on stone. When you arrive at the edge of the fort, you can see a bunch of broken crates where strength has been put to use, sizing up attacks, splintered pieces of wood cover the ground in front of the fort. I should have done that a long time ago. Oops. Forgot about this. It's daytime.
Oh,
It becomes daytime again.
Right.
Morning of the...
Did you get anyone that help people identify?
yes. It goes to the magic person upstairs to the big
Basu,
elephant man.
yeah, it's good. I think this will work with your weapon. You just need to make sure that it fits snug inside and it shouldn't attach itself to the...
Does it work? Is it working?
You might give it a wiggle.
Have you told me what this does?
No.
What does it do? I assume it just makes it look good, right? Big, heavy.
You might have a tendency to get a bit angry with it seems like this magical device is fueled by dark places.
Well, no, like I actually, it has no restrictions. It says, any magic sword sheathed in it for 24 hours. I can sheath it in because it's small.
And so basically nothing happens when you talk to him. So he gives you all of the descriptions of what it can do, but in terms of actually holding it, in terms of the sheath tuning itself to the new item, nothing's happening for now. And I think Vasul just gives you that belief where he's like, just don't worry about it, magic fixes itself. It's the golden slipper, just hold on, let it fix itself. Train with stick while you wait.
True.
Here we go.
Yeah, I can't say that Vasul's temperament is getting nicer, it's getting worse. He's becoming a little bit
So we're abusing him.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
gonna go get him more tea.
Name, you heard the Fixer. You heard the right wings of the two remaining true dragons of the continent. And played Walker, the traitor of the 9 swords of the Holy God.
Gross. We found that guy. He's cool.
Yes.
We found all that with a bunch of snakes.
There was the Fixer.
And I know well.
A plague walker and
Cicero.
the dragon.
The Fixer that you met. Was he called the Fixer? Is he like blown up? But blue-skinned elf. Yeah, the one that gave you the pen.
If that's almost going to say the one who was doing the talking.
Yeah. I thought I was Fixer.
No. That's this guy.
So, Mither wants to fight Odysseia while we distract her by fighting Vosk.
We are distracting Vosk, and so the city will be weakened because for whatever God knows reason. And then he will use that time to attack Odysseia.
I'm guessing Odysseia is the patron of the undead army, and dealing with her will weaken the army. Otherwise, Mither is just doing fuck all.
The leader of this
Seems like
attack was Butcher of Shodrash, 4th Prince of the 5th King.
That's very long.
He stated he was a harm god
So in that case, I have 3 things we have to do.
and the rightful ruler of Menmir.
Repel the army,
Never heard of him as
fight Vosk. That sucks. And Mither has to fucking kill the
Yeah,
dog.
that guy was a bird man, black raven with black beak.
Does King's Bay know that the undead army is attacking?
Not yet. I have just arrived here.
You should probably tell them.
That is why I'm recommending for evacuation.
We should tell.
Well, I don't think none of us are in a position of authority. Are we? Are we now lords of King's Bay?
No.
Oh.
Well, it will be
Tell
my tea.
him so first.
Is Mither like a Borden?
Miso is the primary counselor.
Oh,
With Miso's help, we should be able to get an evacuation set.
Where?
yeah.
Anywhere. Just out of the city.
Where is the undead coming from?
Underground.
So, like, under the city, from the mountains?
Under the underbelly of the city.
Okay.
The Sword and Shield Guild, which was where you emerged from, is an access point to the underground, which you made open.
I don't think evacuation will do much. As you said, they're undead, they don't tire, they don't hunger. If you evacuate, they'll just run after them.
Of course, but their key aspect is for the scroll. And the people
Which
are just
Miso
extra
has.
power force for it. Just removing people will just stop with their lives of pointless lives wasted.
If they're after the scroll, we can use the scroll as bait. Does Miso need the scroll to fight the goddess?
He's probably...
I am not sure, but my master was keeping it safe from him.
I think it's obvious. We take the scroll to Voss.
We don't have the scroll.
We get the scroll from Miso and take it to Voss. So the undead army will follow us to Voss.
I don't think he would give it to us.
No, he is taking over the city. That was his goal.
The undead?
Yes, the scroll was just another add to it.
And the creatures that were around him, besides the main leaders, you saw what you think are dog-like wolf monsters, humanoid, rat-like humanoid monsters, and the blue goblins.
Okay, so...
In a few days, this will become a campaign over their city. And I don't know how long this war will last. But I think it's time to get as many people out before they die. Tragic deaths.
There were sightings of creatures, men, shifting to rat-like beings. Do you know if that has anything to do with it?
Lycanthropy.
I'm not sure.
The curse of the beast.
Didn't that happen to Cicilla?
They didn't seem to be
The martial
fully turned, but in the process.
I've heard tales of warrior bands and vagabonds using that to gain money as mercenaries. Are they still around?
You remember the Western lands were ripe with it. In fact, they were the biggest conflict against the dwarves and the orcs, and just the third races, the beast folk.
There are a few like us. Bearbears, other so this seemed less controlled. More of a disease. Less of a blessing.
Yes. It was popular for the Western lands, for that sort of thing to occur.
I don't know if it's traditional lycanthropy, but
Yes, well, it spreads from the creator of it, which would be a true lycanth. I would dwell that it would be something. That's entire matter. However, if you can find the source of that, they could help with the undead problem. I do not think they're one and the same.
alright. I should try to get in touch with Lisa. Figure out what he would do.
Did any of you find any onyxes for me? 1,000 gold onyx worth.
Nope. Not a chance to look.
I see.
There are not many places in the city that sell onyx.
That's a shame. With that, I could resurrect one of my dead disciples.
You said the undead were allied with Vosk. What's Vosk's part in this?
That's not boss. That's the part is out of the dragon. Dragons are sentient creatures. They make alliance.
Are there more than one dragon?
Yes, there are 2 of them.
I know the crystal one that my father is bound with, but what's the other one?
You didn't write their names. They were called the 2 right wings of the remaining true dragon of this continent. But other than seeing them as blue and green, I could not tell much. This is written very badly. I cannot understand it.
Are these, is this like 2 dragons in addition to the crystal one, or?
One was blue and one was green. I couldn't tell them that well.
So there's an undead army coming, which has a bunch of undead plus 2 dragons
There is also a man named Tiagia.
that want the city,
Tiagia.
and Scroll in that order.
I really wish the DM
Can we? Sure.
be able to support the information they're providing.
Yes, I was given the.
That's three things we need to do. We can't do one of them doesn't involve us. The fucking Mither pounding fucking the goddess.
Well, what's the main thing that we're going after?
Cool, but we can't really interact with that, can we? We're helping by distracting Flask. Yes, but
That's how we help with that.
is that like locked in? Does Mither have to do the booty call of the goddess at that time?
We'd have to know from him, and he's told us nothing, apparently. He's been very hush about it. Shout the rush.
Well, he said that he was supposed to be getting to talk to you today. It was within 4 days when you found Mobius. So.
I think the important thing to do is to hire a bunch of town criers and say undead army imminent attacking the city.
No, that would be
everyone will panic and they all run.
And I will kill many people by trampling them.
I did think about trying to organize an evacuation of the city by a town crier.
Again, trampling.
I also think
But if they believe it,
the problem with Kingsway is that they're home to many natural disasters. Oftentimes made up.
yes. And this would be considered an unnatural disaster.
Also, humans are stunning. They probably won't run. They'll just stand ground, die, add to the enemy.
I would be more surprised if they believe it.
But if we could at least save one, it is worth my effort, my time.
But if saving that one person dooms everyone else.
It would not, because I've gave them their warning.
Okay.
I do not control anyone's fate. They control their own. But if they accept our words, they may live to see another day.
Well, they're human. I don't think they will.
And the version of the fixture, it seemed like he would recognize it.
Oh, yes.
Yes, he did recognize it.
Well, he knew who I was. I showed him the pen that he gave me.
Did he seem to take on to it?
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps you can question.
Okay.
If he's one of the primary forces organizing it.
The fixer is no more.
What do you mean by that?
He is gone. He has been suspended in status animation. In my soul, in a way. Much like our other friend.
Can you?
I don't know why he did it, but he told me to.
When did you?
When Cornell was looking for answers and I tried to help him.
But that makes a question of good work. He was able to melt his lips shut.
The only people that you also remember fading and like basically disappearing from the cabin was Butcher and his right-hand giant.
Yeah.
The others all just seemed to walk into separate cabins. The fixer the whole time had his mouth sealed shut, like there was no lips.
Yep.
When you saw it.
So did this occur in the keep? Or did you go somewhere else to see this?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Did this occur in the keep? Or had you gone somewhere else to see this?
When I awoke from the caverns, deep underground where I died, the meeting was held. I was not too sure of where it was.
Did you end up seeing inside of the keep that we told you to?
And inside of the keep was somewhere else. That was Moki's last stand that I watched, with his rival clan members. He rallied up his troops to fight with each other. Sneaking down when I was sent on the tower, as a brick I fell down and snuck into the base.
Did you see Moki's father?
I did not. However, there was a necromancer in the flesh forge.
And you saw one human who had a hammer, looked like a smith, and then another one that was chained in the corner of the room. That's all you could see.
Okay, so we have
They were making war equipment.
sure.
After I was about to assist Moki on his fight to take over the campment, my soul was yanked back for my body was fully finished.
How inconvenient.
That is quite an experience.
So you were in Bolivia? Is that where Matthew was?
No, I arrived here with a group of Anemian centaurs to fight my father. I didn't make it past the gate guard.
Right. I did not get that. Alright. We should wait until Lisa arrives back. Turns out. We can consolidate the plan then. Perhaps we just sleep on this information for now.
What time is it?
Time to watch.
What is the war?
It's a risk thing. Check the time with. It's like a sundial.
Oh, there are things
Oh,
that
your
goes in
wrist.
your pocket.
Wouldn't that hurt with the sun going directly on it?
No.
But there are things that go into the pocket.
But how does that interact with the sun?
That's a watch.
Would you not want to contact Mitsu
They are
as fast as possible?
There's
No
no-
one's listening. I'll get back upstairs.
A time-telling device on the wrist.
I've got the ice on my wrist.
Plan again.
That is
I'll go upstairs.
You want to contact me so as fast as possible.
I'll go upstairs in the anymore.
3 p.m., so 3 hours after this initial discussion, you see a kind of bright flash in the front corner of where you are all working out, and you see just stepping forward, just the one elf. Okay. Black cloak, hair, still slicked back, nothing unusual. He walks past the regiments of soldiers that are all training, and nods, looks carefully, and even gives a distasteful look towards the two bigger ones.
During those 3 hours, I buy clothes.
Okay.
So I'm back into my old outfit.
Yeah, you get like someone has to mark off a goal, but that's your
Someone does.
You see Mitsu, who moves up the first set of front stairs, enters the building, asks how Masul's doing, checks his timeline. While you just watched him just breeze past you, move, do his own thing, just walk into the tower. Are you guys like?
Mesa.
Yeah. You hear as he slowly comes back down the stairs. Vesu will go, oh, why? Yeah. Yes. You all need me. Yes, let's get it.
We have no information.
3. Right.
The city of Kings Bay is in great danger.
Necromancers, bad. Good. Yes. The city is in danger, yes. I'm aware.
There is a planned attack.
Yes, you're a part of it.
Due in 4 days. The undead army, led by Butcher.
There was a planned attack
Butcher
on
the
this city.
half-god.
Which is the heart of God. That is not a familiar name. So likely an alias. Not good.
Fourth prince of the fifth king.
What does that even mean?
It's quite simple. The fifth king is fourth prince.
And his consorts will be arriving and attacking the city.
And the undead army.
Yes, the undead army.
I'm looking for the diary scroll and to take over.
I ask you to put the city on, how should I say, evacuation.
It is on the highest alert possible. If I if we start to evacuate people, we do have a place. However, it is sending them closer towards another war. It is also the direction that we are planning to infiltrate while you are off fighting the dragons. Warhold, sorry, old names. Caligohold is a new city in development. It does not have people currently living inside it, and it has been well funded, prepared for such a an influx. But getting people 13 days north is 12 days north is only going to cause larger city-wide issues. We can move out a sect of the city you think is the most in proximity to the danger. Otherwise, it is simply not worth anyone leaving. It is worth people dying, and it is worth... Cuts himself off. You can see he's pretty... Clearly, I wouldn't say just fed up, but he's probably been over this multiple times with just himself or with other people, convincing people. He looks like he's starting to get fatigued.
From the general information that we've gained, it appears that they are using our teleportation similarly to you as a distraction to employ their siege.
How is that possible? How would they know?
Because obviously the city isn't under your complete control.
But how would they know this is a private... This mission is so closed off. We have no one here.
And the people that you have let in aren't completely yours. Do you know everyone who works underneath you? Everyone is aware of the mission.
We have 3 that know of you, and that is Zandria, that is me, and that is Dorzan.
And do you know of those 3?
Well, it's not specifically that know of us. Is it just the mission in general, sending people
They know of this. They know what I'm going to do.
Are there more
They
people?
know that I'm going to separate a small army from the city.
Right. And just those 3.
Those are the ones that I'm in direct communications with about the current job. Dorzan is still off in the northern mountains thinking that he's found a trail. He hasn't found a trail in 8 days. However, he does say that he has a laboratory-style area for cultivation, a greenhouse, in the Sertunis Krueler College of the Timeless Arts. He might even have some sort of way of speeding up its growth process, but he cannot assure us that this product, grown in a unique environment in a different world...
I think we've got it on topic.
Yes.
The eyes below
Yes,
the
you're
city often see what happens above. Whether or not you moved in a way, whether or not one of us moved in a way, that...
Did you divulge any information to any other group of any battle preparations, not including the ones you're training here? I mean, did you alert outside forces of equipment, resources?
The Fix already knew we
haven't
attacked
left the
towers. Well, then that is our starting point.
So you have... See,
There was a creature.
you see one eye just like turning into a heavy breath.
We have not told anyone.
There was a man who already knew that we would be leaving in 5 days.
What does that mean?
That means they knew the plan.
That means the information has been leaked.
What did he? See him trying to go. What did you get from him? Is this a part of the plan?
Poison.
Was this ever poison?
Do not give any information.
I should not.
Sometimes when a rock moves, the ants
Yes.
Find a way around it.
So
That's when the rock falls.
well,
Your plan wasn't a secret.
you see him like he's actually getting really bad.
It is not time to worry about this. The bigger problem is how are we going to save all the people from the invasion of the undead?
There's nothing we can do. Evacuation would kill as many as we can
Evacuation
save.
will scare more than we will save permanently. We have a
But at least it won't make it a bigger threat.
Also, these people aren't just civilians, as can be soldiers, militia, crafters. We get all of them to help.
the soldiers are on high alert and will be for the next week.
How
Get
dangerous do you think they would be if they got the scroll?
Well, the scroll alone will not increase the danger. So what they can do with it.
The scroll is only
That's what I mean. How dangerous they would
Would they give up the city so you get the scroll?
Honestly, I would not be that threatened with them having the scroll. But you're more living, so it's quite bad.
But if
What does the scroll do?
Well, other than breaking the rules of nature itself.
Sounds pretty major.
it captures and siphons divinity.
Yes.
So they could use it to kill a god.
No, they could
One of
use it.
the good
Or
gods.
harness the powers of a god.
So
We are not entirely sure
Seems
that
pretty
he
major.
and can
incredibly
take it away.
dangerous and should be the sole thing that is protected upon this planet.
Do we need it? Can we just destroy it?
Yes.
Which is why I am very confused why your father, the beast tyrant,
Yeah.
has a identical signature with him.
Does the scroll bind? What does the scroll do? It siphons the god's power, yes, but can it just do a god? Can it do anything else?
Silence divine.
Not necessarily a god, but a god would contain the same energy. It is not to say that a god would die from it. It is simply to say that the most pure aspect of their energy connected to positive, a type of force which can normally do good, but can also be used for manipulation.
My father has that same energy.
No, not the divine part. He contains the same energy I see when looking at the scroll that takes that divinity.
Oh. Can you see that in me?
Thankfully. Or I'm sure the invasion might have already begun.
And you're certain.
Well, it sounds like they wanted you to bring the second scroll back, if that's what your father has.
Perhaps that's
Does your scroll have anything? Is it just siphoning the power, no binding of the power?
This is the first of its variety I've seen. It is very ancient.
Now that you say that, could you return it to me, please?
No,
Because
kindly, no.
I know of another ancient scroll
Unless you think you can hide it better than I can.
that could do something similar.
I can hide it a lot better than you,
No, can't be the same thing. Yes.
considering you do not even know my origins.
You mentioned that your father can bind the power of another individual. Perhaps that ritual is the same. Perhaps it's a two-part process. You bind it, then you siphon. Or you siphon and bind.
And it is my sacred duty to make sure that scroll doesn't go into the wrong hands.
Where did you get that scroll?
This scroll,
Yeah. Where did you get it? Do you know its origin?
long ago before this became a nation of big, large aspects.
Before the Golden Empire? After?
Yes.
Oh.
The Church of Graves was a large religion, rivaling even the Allfather of Trees.
Big religion. Fucking huge.
They created the scrolls of the papyr
How many?
to fight against the other religions. It was called the Heavenly War.
Sure. How many scrolls are there?
I was going to say 8, but is it 10? Oh, 9.
No.
There are 9 scrolls that were created.
And we're aware of 2.
Yes.
Are they more powerful together, or equally as powerful?
If you have all 9 scrolls, you would be akin to a god, for you would have a god-slaying weapon.
But if one scroll can siphon the power of a god, could 9 scrolls make you a god?
Essentially. They were designed to kill people with divinity who could raise the dead and kill armies with a single wave of their hand.
Can they be destroyed?
Oh, okay.
I do not know.
You said this creature, this butcher, his title was half-god.
He proclaimed himself as a half-god.
So we need to ensure that he never gets this scroll.
It's less really bad on him. He's already half-god. It's actually more scary if a common man had it.
Actually, he's half god once removed.
Are these scrolls like a one-use thing or like a how-to guide?
They're more like a how-to guide. I still remember how to recreate that papyrus scroll.
Okay. I think I know why father is with the undead now. And why might the undead are with my father?
Because he's trying to become god.
Because my father has one of the scrolls.
Yeah.
My father wants more power, and if he can just use this your scroll.
Using
gain more.
the ancient techniques is not a trap.
I have got a good signature, yes.
Anyways, it is heresy to use these techniques.
Can the undead
without
track
war.
them?
It appeared that there was already
It is heresy.
one signature
This
in
is not
this
allowed
city
to be in
before
mortals'
we bought
hands.
one.
The time's over.
Because
Your
there's
time is
another
over.
scroll, or someone who's used the scroll in the city.
There's a good potential of that.
Apply.
Yes. When I brought your scroll into the air spires where my home is, which we are not far away from, I realized that there was already one signature in this city.
So there is another scroll here.
Or
Which
someone
is
who's used the
likely
scroll, like my father.
Exactly. Some sort of remnant. Without actively using the scroll, I have no idea if it is a stain or if it is a beacon. The power that scroll does look like it could stain that widely
Cannot be
signature.
hidden.
At this moment, I'm hiding ours inside a demiplane I am holding on to and created with this, my mind.
You could do it with a scroll with
And
an
it
entity.
does hold it off this plane away from prying eyes, but that makes me think that they can see the other one.
Why didn't you just put it in a lead box?
Which means we can't even bait them with yours if there's already one in the city. God damn it.
But it sounds like they know which one we have, or they know at least some of our plans, so it could be shared with us.
They're using either the same one that was here before, or one that is currently here.
Can you find that one?
To find another one.
If we can find that one and take it out of the city.
Oscar, is it possible that your sister could help us here?
It's sort of tearing a hole in reality while you guys are continuing to talk, and energy is just appearing in his hand.
Her abilities don't exactly help her locate.
You see the golden ring, and he pulls out a scroll.
She's in that.
Don't matter.
This is a map, fear not. I will not cast greater magic in front.
Something about the army of the undead.
Where on the map is a stain?
You see, as he highlights and shows wider maps, you see blips of blue, green. There's a primary amount of green in the very center of the city, which is very close to where you are. You see, as he drags his hand over the air spires, you see a black dot like flicker in and out. I'm telling you where it is. He's obviously pointing to the air spires. This is where your corpses, one is locked away, protected from regular scrying eyes. And he just drags his marker just slightly away from the air spires, right over the People's Farthing, right at the edge of the People's Farthing and the Lamented Pier. Oscar, what is close to that? Well,
without an entrance.
Yep. To the Archon's Vault. The Archon's Sanctum.
The black market has one.
The black market has one of these. Well, not this, but the scrolls.
Are you telling me this is some sort of entrance?
The Archon's Vault, one of the doors to the underground.
I see. Now I've heard of that name, but I've not been.
That is.
So the black market is the reason the undead are going to the city.
So that means this city holds 2 of the 9.
It could be a scroll, it could be worse and just use the scroll.
That's perfect. That boy.
What boy?
The snobbish kid.
Well,
he has connections there. We could use him.
No, I mean him.
What child do you speak of?
Well, there was a boy who had strong necrotic pulls to him. He could have been a great vessel for me. But my friend, Oscar, said we should let him be, and he used him as a torture subject for many days.
No, it's fine.
What connection does this boy have to the signatures?
He's a Duke of a very important family. Ex-Duke. Ostracized.
He's a son of Duke.
Where does that lead?
He is not important in this. What's important is the Archon's Vault is where the Fixer is. 1 of 5 you serve. And now, conveniently, the same location.
1 of 9, 1 of 5, 1 of 3.
So many numbers.
So many 1
So it's making the connection that
Wait, is the fixer, when you also was an arcane, so could the fixer be the stain? Could the fixer be the...
Well, I don't know that.
If the last time saw the fixer was an arcane 12, and we had a signal for stains in arcane 12, could the fixer be a stain?
I don't know what you want with money.
It could be. If there were multiple of them. And since you mentioned he was like a homunculus of sorts. A creature made.
The one men may have turned into clay.
Perhaps could have been made using a power.
Or using a corpse?
We have 1 scroll for drawing energy, 1 scroll for binding. Energy or matter is the same.
Power. Earth.
Alright.
There could be a scroll to input.
Or a scroll to mimic.
There are plenty of options.
Then we have another
Multiple dark gods.
proposal.
My father would never give up his scroll.
Not unless he was defeated.
He couldn't be defeated, not by this army, but he would trade in its use and its reading.
He couldn't be defeated unless he decided the power.
They don't have that scroll, we do.
Exactly.
Well, I do have the scrolls. I remember how to do that to siphon divinity.
Oh,
He hasn't.
we don't have
Wait,
it.
so
So
you
it's fine.
don't need the scroll. You some sort of arbiter of necromancy.
Oh, I am one of the proprietors who helped make the scrolls. Long time ago. What?
He's level 6, by the way.
what is
Your decisions are the root cause of this.
That was a long time ago.
You give it level 6. Not currently level 5.
I don't think so.
No, he's not. No, he's.
I am still gaining my powers together.
He didn't die.
He when he dies, he doesn't lose the.
wow.
He has a resurrection feature.
Fine.
My powers have dissipated over the years. I am not as strong as I used to be.
You should give me a level.
Give me your level.
Yeah, yellow.
You're at the highest level.
Hey, if you suck me, do you get all 5 of my levels?
I don't think that could suck you.
I'll suck you so hard you got my butt.
You don't have any divine energy.
So if he's like, I got the dark divine energy. You can take it from me. I'm willing.
So we have to go to the vault, get whatever the stain is.
Everyone's
Probably not a good choice for me unless we want to fight our way in, but I'm assuming it's heavily defended.
Well, you could be used as some sort of paying bargaining chip, right?
You want to sell me?
Buy you.
Maybe not.
Although, that's a good idea. If you sell me this product and I can get into the vault, if they store stuff there.
Inside.
Regardless, we have one thing they don't, is that we know their plan. So perhaps we can use that.
With 3 days.
Is that 15?
Why don't we just attack them now?
You could attack them early.
We do not know where they are.
No. Attack Vosk's force now.
We could attack early.
But that means your suicide squad will have to attack the Goddess Valley.
To prep. If they knew our plan beforehand, they also had 15 days to prep.
But do we know if the undead army are waiting for us to attack so they can attack?
I am not sure.
He did say he saw blacksmiths of sorts. I assume just like ours, they take time to crop.
But they don't have to arm every undead. They could begin the battle.
Which means that we get to fight weaker undead.
But we wouldn't be here if they only start when we fight boss.
By the way, do you have any onyxes on you? I asked these lot to ask for some onyxes and they would not give me any.
Sure.
It's becoming an issue. I require stronger forces and, well, these guys are not enough.
Is this some sort of component you have?
It makes my undead stronger, and I can personally keep control over them without them going awry.
Yes. Right.
Mesa, we were able to teleport anywhere. Right?
Yes.
Perhaps the answer is, and it's probably not going to be a good one. Once we teleport in, if we're expecting a fight, you take the scroll and you go someplace no one else knows about. You won't be able to actively defend the city. But hope that the plan's here already and ensure that no one else gets the scroll.
Could you hide the scroll? Can you trust it with anyone else?
I can lock the scroll away. I cannot move it from where I lock it. But that is fine, because it is invisible to the naked eye. I cannot... I suspect that if they find me, they will likely have the magic to find my hidden.
I need you
That's only if they find you.
to go to a blacksmith and organize a lead box. Very explicit.
Why didn't you get one of the soldiers to do that?
I will ask for a net box.
They're very good at keeping scrying out.
What I don't understand is
Sometimes lead isn't enough to be able to complete.
Also, if we can
You get God's blessing.
just to remember, he was able to detect the energy signal from inside a black market vault, which is probably already lead lined, so a lead box won't do anything.
Misa, you have the
I heard that lead
you have
came
the
out
power
of style.
of teleportation.
Yes.
And there are many lands, not just the land that we stand upon.
Security.
Take my home, for example. We are off the coast. Surely there's another place off the coast where you could store this hidden away. As you have teleportation in.
Perhaps even on a different continent.
If such a thing exists.
Could you put it in the sky?
I would call my home an island.
Just tie it to a cloud.
I'm from a different continent.
You're from a different continent.
Sandra already had the idea of an illusory floating fortress. It is alternatives.
I live in a different continent.
I can. Any aerial possibilities make it a problem.
Right, I should ask. Because I don't know much about this city. Are there any, like, fortresses where people can go to hide from attacks?
In the Vinegar Hold, there are newer ones built and stronger ones than we have here. This is less of a fortress city and more of a wide city. We have the King's Hold, which can hold about 250,000 people, which this city is well and truly triple.
So millions are going to die. Got it.
Still one, but yeah.
And they're all going to become undead. Added to the army.
Well, 750,000.
So we should evacuate at least half the city.
Where are they going to go?
Anywhere that's not in the middle of undead.
Everywhere else is covered in enemies, and there's not enough food.
I think they should go to
What do
the
you mean?
coast.
This continent is godless and horrible.
This continent is...
Godless and horrible.
Don't you have any idea how much
It's been 300 years.
300,000 people is? That would take us weeks to get them to move, even if they wanted to move.
There are millions of people.
There's 750,000 people here.
It's a triple of
You don't have to take them all.
Even a half of them is too much. Even a tenth of them is too much for 3
Any of
days.
them become undead. It'll kill all of them anyway.
Which put on ships. Also, one of the leaders called Plague Walker, so
Yes, the Plague Walker.
that's probably a massive problem for civilians.
Have I ever heard of a plague walker day?
Sure, we can also restate. I
What's that?
Look, if even 1,000 people leave, that's 1,000 lives.
Not bad.
If 1,000 people survive, it's look, Keter Sanctuary is a massive country with massive cities and a lot of humans. If one city just disappears, the humans won't care.
All you know is that Plague Walkers were an army.
I think millions of humans will die for no reason.
There were dark state base.
Killed millions of us.
So that gives you a few options.
Good.
They are beasts, they are tieflings, or they are draconians.
Okay. Which is why they...
You're telling me how you really see.
That's funny.
In fact, humans have had it too easy. Like, they live in the best part of the country. It's very peaceful here. Undead for
Absolutely.
half of the course.
Nowhere else more peaceful on this continent.
That's American.
They have so much food here, endless peace.
Exactly.
No other race has it as good.
Humans need
I
a
agree.
republic.
I plan to talk with the insect people for their help in fighting the undead. I was going to ask for that favor. But,
The favors to me. But I could ask them. There would be another army to protect the city.
You also should remember that the Fixer told you not that he would meet you for payment at Archon's Vault, Archon's Sanctum, but at the third door. So you know he definitely, if he's not at one, he'll probably be at the other. But you're getting that blip at Archon's Vault.
The other alternative is we could just siege the Archon's Vault now and the third on the first door. It would be dangerous. It would probably not work, but at least
Those are great plans to follow.
the underground we love. We also want to surprise.
Well, what if we get Miso to... What if we find a valuable object that will be put in the vault and Miso can unspread with teleportation or something? So we can just teleport as well.
alright.
It's not that vault. It's like a marketplace.
Oh,
So
so a literal vault?
It's a vault room refitted.
How big is the vault?
it's fairly big. There's a stage in the back.
The actual vault itself looks like it became the cook's
Where
central
they
kitchen.
store that valuable
It's kind of
black market item?
It's kind of like it's like a vault and they made a bar out of it.
Well, Miso is a cancer. Why don't she just ran a bunch of guards and we go storm?
The only option, the only thing I see wrong
We could scare a scroll away.
yes.
Right.
When
Well,
they see it coming, they will leave and we will have nothing.
I am going to go hire some town criers to say to evacuate the city for an undead attack.
I think maybe
If no
bad
one
idea.
leaves, it's fine.
I think maybe we should
You don't have any money.
because of the fact.
No, I remember us getting given like 10,000 gold for preparation.
John, if you do
I
that,
have that.
our agent surprise is completely
We
gone.
used it.
Because then they know.
I didn't get any.
They're right.
I deserve my 2,000.
The undead front doesn't know that we know them. We could lay a trap for them.
Jonathan doesn't even know that 10,000 gold existed. You were dead when the gift was given.
Sure. You didn't even know.
No, but he was reading now.
Yes, you had to have been in this area. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
If you do get the town criers, our element of surprise is completely gone. If you're planning on using the favor from the Fojar, we could do that in secret.
What the Fojar worship the goddess of rot?
They don't worship it. They're unfortunately.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think the town criers will work at all.
I think
Brilliant.
instead of using something that we know probably isn't going to work.
But if it gets at least one family out, at least it did
It's
something.
not worth anything to a city.
Of course. But it is one step in the right direction. Because every other family that stays will be a family we have to protect while the undead are attacking.
We do not have to protect them.
Sure.
We're
You
not
may get
heroes.
The city is designed to protect, and you are not heroes. I do not pay you to be. I did not raise you to be heroes.
We're not heroes. We're not gods. We're
I mean, like physically protect.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
we're
was gonna say that exact
mercenaries,
thing.
Well, I
adventurers.
don't raise children because I am an elf. So
Are you
sorry.
hell? So, purpose to protect the city. Our purpose is to stop an undead threat and from getting the scroll to stop my father.
It was a risk telling any of you about the scrolls, but it seems I have gained more information, and it seems you have only let one very bad person know some of the plot.
Well, it's not my fault. I just got here.
The Fojar.
Why do I want to blame you?
Because you're racist. All elves are racist.
It's just the way their culture works. They sit in idleness, which is what that is her domain. So, regardless if they wanted it or not, she's blessing them. But they mentioned not liking this. I can send a message. I mean, we still have the stone. We can ask for them to secretly implant themselves in perhaps the sewer system. Lie in wait for when this does come. You could still leave a day early. I don't think we have too much more preparations that we need to make. At least then we've got protection here. The skull will be gone. And we're still doing our side of the bargain.
Yes.
You hear the other side of the door.
Do you have any execute, like anybody I could execute? I need a fresh person's skull.
You should save people. Is anyone else going to execute?
You hear the door open and you see Harry walk in. Oh, see a match for Sarg said he cannot fight for us.
Thank you, Aaron.
You talking about sacrificing?
It's been like 5 days now. Where have you been?
He's an old man.
Look, took it a long
To
time to
evacuate the
get.
city. The city is under danger.
I knew that. I was. But we was. They mean the city's in danger. We know this. It's happening in 3 days.
There is an undead attack that's happening in 3 days from the underbelly of the city.
Okay.
And also the centaurs are eventually attacking.
So we should defend the city.
Do you know where entrances to the undercity are?
Well, I saw Ray at the fighting arena, or whatever it was. I exited from there, and my Minotaur. And some of my...
How's your minister still here?
Look, you don't kill it.
Well, just tell the... Wait, who else besides us will know about this? Or is it... Oh, we're not telling anyone.
There should only be 2 others besides me that.
No one should.
Sorry, that's Harry. Yeah. Yes. No others but Zandria.
Oh, okay. Then let's not worry about the undead, and let's worry about Vosk and how we should feel for that.
I agree. Reaching Vosk a day early is not a bad idea because Because if I send my army a day early as well, that could actually scare them. When before I thought I would scare them anyway. Now they know I'm coming. Maybe she doesn't know, but
our approach is generally going to be the same. We go to the front gate, demand an audience with Vosk. They refuse. We beat them. We find Vosk. I challenge him, and then I win.
It's still not a good idea for us to teleport outside.
Yes.
We should not do that.
Well, we need
You mean we shouldn't teleport to the floor?
We shouldn't teleport right into the main chamber anyway.
Teleport him and someone else outside. When it goes bad, teleport us inside.
So we're doing 2 stages. Okay.
That's an idea.
How are we going to maintain communication?
We will be 500 meters away, and then when he starts getting chased, he teleport us inside.
How is he going to teleport his army in as well? He only gets 2 of them a day.
Okay, well, if we flip it, then how are we going to teleport an army outside and then siege the castle instead of just teleporting inside of the castle and sieging from the
there
inside?
is the harbour bridge, which connects the edge of the Valandris range to the fort.
It just seems a bit weird.
I understand the point of going right in.
And also bad tactics.
The element of surprise more. But if you're trying to be as diplomatic as possible, normally teleporting right into their main chamber,
right, but
parity is the best idea.
Realistically, this diplomacy is not going to work. It's a facade.
But if we want to try it and want it to be as successful as possible, we need to at least maintain some level of passivity.
One's leader does not conform.
You're both right in that diplomacy will not work, but also that we should be civil.
What, intimidation?
Yes, that's civil.
How barbaric?
We are barbaric. It's our culture. The tribe of Centaurs, what do you expect?
Just Durazan does not hold any of that in at all.
Durazan's also a traitor to his culture.
I suppose.
Wasn't one of the first things he said?
Yes, true. That's more the culture of the clan, which is to find the clan. Let's try it. It's fine, but I agree with the 2 groups. We could have one sneak in and the others go right in.
Which leads to the issue of teleportation capacity. We cannot do that really.
I don't want to teleport in. I'm going to walk through the gate. Get an audience with my father.
Which is like 2 weeks walk from here.
Well, we can teleport outside.
So you're saying 2 separate teleporters the day before the battle. Take everyone
that would be
the base of the gate.
That would be a death sentence if it goes bad.
Because they could be there guarding the edge.
If it goes bad, you're sending in a small group into civil contact. They turn weapons off.
So we're talking about peace
regardless.
The fort just has my tribe there, right?
So we either send a death sentence for the peace convoy.
Yeah.
We either send a death sentence for the peace convoy out the front, as we cannot provide assistance if it goes bad, or we raid from the inside. There is no real alternative.
Well, the real alternative is that we have the whole army teleported to just outside the gate.
The tactics on that are quite...
2 individuals knock on the door.
What army? Is it the 15 people army or?
15 people army.
Okay.
Actually, Moki, would you like some healing? You still look a bit damaged.
Oh, I'm completely fine.
You can see there are tons of wounds. They're great. They're dark.
Yeah, all the scars are grey. It's slowly lightening to my color.
All right.
And Loki, now this is probably the most important part. When you were pinned, because there was only a few guards at the very end of the bridge on the side of the fort. Mm-hmm. There was 6 more that came from the forest off the fort, off the bridge, that pinned you from behind. So your troop, as it came across, was then flanked.
There's going to be guards at the bridge and in the forest as well.
So there's a camp in the forest?
Yes.
Look, If we don't want to go civil, I completely understand that. I was only proposing it because that is what Cicero originally wanted.
Well, we could just fight our way through and then be civil when we see my father.
Weapons drawn. And go for combat.
From what I've heard about his father, is he is a war criminal, and he is not one that will yield to.
Actually, here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
We have warlords.
Shut up, Elf. You know shit.
I don't war criminal.
It's really compact. It's actually we just banned the use of heavy machine artillery.
That makes sense. I'm not
I wouldn't use war criminal.
No.
Well, your father is a warlord.
Yes, but the criminal is war crime.
Yeah.
He definitely has. But they don't love it.
He still likes to play you.
He is not one of diplomacy.
Are elves?
That is not my point. My point is, from what I've heard, he is not.
So Loki is a peace envoy that is coming not for peace.
That's what I mean.
Right.
If we are going for this diplomatic approach, then there's nothing wrong with all of us appearing just outside the door. If we can get inside, why can't we get just outside the door? He knocks on, proposes a challenge, and we are all let in.
What if we're not let him?
It's tradition. They would want to.
I can get.
I don't know if he's bound by tradition anymore.
Even if he's bound by tradition, there's no reason why we won't be killed on sight. We are not centaurs. That is a centaur.
It's not being bound by tradition. If he does not accept this,
No, my point being, you are one of his tribe, so he could accept your traditional fight. We are not centaurs. We are not a part of your tribe.
But also,
so we might be killed on sight, not being a centaur, being an enemy.
but this is a battle for leadership.
Yes, they might still battle for
The leader
leadership.
does not make a choice until the leader is
Be able
decided.
to make a
Yes,
it's fine. They won't attack.
We're judging by laws we don't know.
Because
Yes.
it would be a flesh suit. But if I get the
No.
toe of a horse, shut up! I could turn it into an undead servant.
I'm going to ignore this heretical.
Same here. Because you will need
You will not make a
14 of those.
Jonathan, there's something that you...
Wrong with him.
There's something wrong with you. There's something that is...
I could easily do that.
There's something about when you were John Rock, you...
Dwayne the Rock John.
Monkey tried the peace route originally. And Jonathan, you remember them saying that they would not let Moki talk to his father because they did not give him the respect. He couldn't get through the gate.
I forgot that you were also not allowed through the gates at the start.
Yeah, that's why that's a little why I don't think you guys heard it. But we can just fight my way to my father, and then I challenge him, and then there's no more fighting. And
Okay, so there is absolutely no reason to teleport outside if we're going to fight our way in. We must teleport
If we
inside.
just teleport right to my father, that'd be much better.
Well, we need to locate him.
Sure.
Why didn't you mention this prior?
Yeah, that would have been a lot helpful.
We would have skipped like half of this conversation.
Yes.
See, now we're all agreeing to teleport inside.
Well, so if we find
I didn't realize that was the problem.
if we find our way inside, we'll kill the leader tribe. You're going to
We can just not
become the leader of a tribe that doesn't longer exist.
No, if they are going to fight us to the death, we must fight them to the death.
Cool. Okay, let's teleport in front of my father, and that way there's no fighting.
Are you able to precisely teleport us that?
You can detect him with your magic, you think, right?
Are you able to locate his father?
He stained a lot, so yeah.
If you can feel the signal of the bomb, then Jonathan is there.
You don't seem confident.
No, yes, this...
You don't seem confident.
He's not confident. This is possible, but I am worried that in the parameters of the surface...
We're still level 5. Or we hit
We're still level 5.
By the time we go, we'll be.
But if you cut it a day short, I still think you'll get to level 6. But like cutting it a day short, you'll still get it to level 6. You can't go, 5 days before. I think.
Will that make you guys any stronger?
I've only got 3 days.
Yes.
You can do it.
Yes.
6 is big.
I'm not going to be level 6.
Yes, it's
I'm
right.
doing fucking nothing. Oh, yeah. Wouldn't help anyway.
You're right. EPN.
If I get you inside, it will be a tight fit. And it might not work to get the bigger giants behind us. It won't work.
Well, what if you just teleport us in, you don't go with us, and then you teleport these guys in if we, like, get in trouble?
I wouldn't know.
No, we're all going at once.
I think numbers are better than this.
We could send
Because
Al.
if you start to lose your fight, we are going to join you.
You guys have the blueprint of the fort. So he
Let me
pulls
join
out
if I tell you to.
both
Or I'm
maps,
dead, either one.
and there's not a precise area between the two maps. So there's a kind of a middle ground where the fort is completely covered in black from what he can magically detect, and you've got a white fort map, and you realize that the fort, there's two different bridges. One goes into the mountain. He points at the bridge, not leaving the mountain, not leaving the fort, but entering the other entrance, whatever it leads to. You obviously, Jonathan, Loki, you know that that's where the purple thing came from. If I put you right here, that leaves no room for error. You are not going to get forced into the ceiling because I don't know the specific height of the cavern, and the forces you bring with you will be deployed at the exact area where weapons are being made. I can. It will just... There's a good chance because I have not been inside. Wounds can be opened by force unintentionally from my end. Like trying to put you where crystal is or where a cavern stalactite is.
We're going to come back to nothing as the city is going to be overrun.
Jonathan, there's 20,000 soldiers in this city.
Or something.
No,
If the entire army in the city can't defeat the undead hordes, then us being here will not change that.
that is true. I must try to at least get some people to evacuate the city. I will be back on the day you're leaving.
But I've also said I'm happy to send a message to the Fojar Queen. If you really think it's necessary.
Of course.
I would rather save the favor, but if you care about these people that much.
You can save the Fojar Queen as long as some people leave the city. It's all fine.
This isn't the lost bastion of humanity. There's plenty of other human cities.
It is the bastion of
and just humans in
humanity.
general.
The biggest city, the richest city.
I feel like you do not respect the meaning of one's soul.
We have a few options. We can send them onto ships filled with military. That is an option. We can send them towards... we can send them towards the smallest town to the east, just over the bridge. Or we can send them north towards the threat that we are trying to face, past the threat to Kaligo Hold, where they will likely be safe, but then they are faced with worse threats over those mountains. Or worse reoccurring threats, let's just say. Samor, Kaligo Hold, or the sea. That are your options.
To me, south and the sea sounds like the most safe option. But if we go and succeed on our mission for stopping the threat, stopping your father,
Wouldn't the
then
best,
why don't we take the ultimate gamble and tell them to go that way?
Wouldn't the best solution be to just fortify
We're
this
going to
city?
die on that hill, and we're going to continue this mission. We might as well tell everyone to evacuate something to try to better them. And they chose to die.
How about we do the ultimate thing? We fight my father, and then we just fight the 5 commanders of the undead army.
Yes, but we did not try to help them before the issue even arrived.
No.
We're going to help them when the issue arrives there. We don't do it before, we're going to do it when.
Parents here.
Aaron's being here.
My boy.
Do you think Empress would help out if asked kindly?
Oh no, it's a fate worse than death.
You're not asking kindly to do more.
You're a bitch.
But that would take likely most of my extra energy.
That's all right. It might have been better for you to stay here anyway. If we're expecting an undead threat to run.
What do you think make the make water breathable, or Yes.
It is the third option is to fortify the bastions and prepare them for siege.
I think that would be a safer bet.
That I could sleep well at least to, if this...
They mentioned this like 5 minutes ago.
We did talk about them, but if they can be heavily more fortified.
There are many humans in this city that have close attachments to their own personal wealth. If that's what they know they're fighting for, they might be more likely to take up arms for it. If you give them the idea to leave anyway, then they certainly will not take up arms.
Alright guys, we have 750,000 people in this city, and that will stay as the permanent...
If we're expecting them dead, and we're meant to fortify,
Quite downstairs.
we should filter through everyone we're taking, take the individuals best at fighting against them dead, and leave them here.
Are the Ark priests at the church district,
They don't believe in violence.
do they hold divinity? I don't remember.
Most of them, they just don't believe in violence.
That's good.
So
We
they
can
weren't attacking
also
us.
get them to help with the holds, to purify it.
Sure. They also told them to stay in their churches so that people can seek refuge.
That is good. That's another place.
A lot of them are Sisters of Mercy. Manafly or Enut,
Oh,
where they become refuges for those who are sick or ill. Or
I remember many tales of undead breaking through those churches and just murdering them with just great ease. Because they thought their God would protect them, but they believed in a false prophet. Right, sorry.
well, that's what happens when you worship that. So, Heron potentially stays back. Similar to your tradition Revengers. I assume they're better at fighting undead.
Yes. Yes. We can certainly do the vanguard fighting. They are already mostly separate. I brought together some of the strongest men, but if they return to what regiments they were supposed to be a part of, they will likely support the city better than they would support you in a small siege battle, that's for sure.
I think we can make do with their specialized units. Also, notice they're not NPCs ones. The ones that have miniatures and stuff.
Yeah, all of those other guys, they have fire weapons and big clothes.
I think perhaps we bring Sophia with us as well. To make up the numbers.
Oh, yes!
Maybe we're losing 4, so we might as well gain 1 child.
I'm gonna use a lion.
I can also bring my undead, so that could happen.
I'll be okay with
Repurpose your
these.
clans members to become more helpful for us.
And what about what did you call them? Fungi.
I can send them a message and ask if they will help. They don't quite like you humans, but you might make do for a favor.
So would they mind if Monkey Centaurs very racist, I know. So if I give a centaur costume, like a real horse, I get the heart moving when they move the body, I make sure the tendons work, Be fine.
If you did that, I would kill you myself.
I think I would join it.
It's not related, it's just...
How would you like it if I, using the body parts of several squirrels, made a human of meat?
I have done that before.
You know what? I would pay to see that. That seems pretty good.
You see an almost normal-looking Joe who puts his hand on your shoulder, and then he opens his jaw and he realizes just rotting flesh on the inside that just reeks.
The art of necromancy is finding out the capabilities of the human body, or any body really.
You see one piece of skin just...
Stop touching me, or I will rip you apart.
And seeing how it works with the utmost limitations.
If
Also, I like to
nothing
experiment, to train myself.
I ask the Fojans who says, could you ensure that they are not targeted?
If they reach the surface, I could not promise that.
You couldn't send out a large message just as the onslaught begins.
What are they? Are they some sort of underground human goblins?
Like really big humanoid hands.
That is something that would genuinely terrify me.
Yes. They have guns.
Yeah, I was slightly scared of them. I think you know he would be
We're
potentially
talking about
terrified.
the instincts of soldiers on high alert, seeing giant insects with weapons that they can't understand. Why wouldn't they attack them?
Just send out a general order.
Not to attack giant ants.
With laser rifles.
Unless they're undead. And tell the Foja not to surface.
That sounds...
Mitigate the risk.
That's a point. What if you get the Foja to fight underground with
in
the
the
undead?
tunnels.
They don't have to go to the surface.
Do we know if the undead are coming from underground?
I assume so. I do not have any guarantee.
Alright.
You just know
Send them
there are
out if we want.
5 leaders and they want to talk to me before they leave or something. He never really came back to me. So he's probably going to talk to me tonight. And it would be a horrible chat.
You see Oscar's like checking his crotch, and then he's not, he's actually just like...
The leaders want to talk to you.
Yes, they believe that I am Garthus.
Okay, alright.
Who?
When I was young, my mentor. Archbishop of the Church of Grace.
You could align.
Yes,
You could give them misinformation.
that is what I've slightly been doing.
And is it like 25 words message, or is it
Still
like
believe
just
in
a bit of communication? Like,
Do they expect you to give a
Communication is longer. I would say it's probably just 30 seconds of talking.
I'm going to
But the signal is
that they
probably still
Okay, great.
1, 2, 1,
It's
2,
going to
1,
be
2.
very humorous.
your
Sure, they're not using you.
traders and Kingsbury is to be attacked by undead. Would you be able to fortify the tunnels beneath the city? Create a defensive layer. Don't surface, and we'll tell the soldiers not to target them if possible. That's all.
You wait longer than you'd expect. You wait 8 seconds.
That is longer than I was expecting.
Then you feel the sort of... You don't even have to put it to your ear. You just suddenly feel a kind of staticky, numbing shoot up through your arm, reach one corner of your ear, and your ear doesn't... If it was a long ear, like an elf, it wouldn't be twitching. But instead, you just feel this strange numbness cover your ear.
My
And
hair around yourselves to like frizz.
your one or two hairs just... Pew, pew.
With the phrase, no way.
Just like, nah, man, I'm joining the undead fucking humans.
You're like,
My goddess commanded me to kill me, so sorry.
horrible, just kind of sound passes into your ear before suddenly it like forms into words. We register your instructions. Your favor has been documented.
Great.
Damn, they wrote down your favor. Cool.
Well, they've said yes. They won't be surfacing. They'll just create defenses within the tunnels beneath Kings Bay.
Did you tell them who to kill?
Person would be like,
Undead.
I haven't played with their cultures.
Seems like a pretty broad term.
You feel idle fungus slowly reforming,
Classic.
very slowly.
The fungus that held the portal is starting to slowly reform. So perhaps the goddess's significance is growing.
It's this moment where you are talking
We are talking.
When you are strategizing, and you hear this quiet, distant, outside the wall of the inside of the building you're in. You see Nitzo's eyes just suddenly quickly glaze. They turn black, but like with a tint of purple. Looks like he's biting his tongue.
Should go investigate that. I want to go upstairs.
You reach the top of the tower, and Mitsu stays quiet the whole time, or he looks deep in concentration, and you notice that there is, if you reach the top, one small kind of ember towards the northern half of the city, in the illuminated district. Just one small kind of glowing ember, bright. I wouldn't call it a full-size fire, but the smoke that's coming from it certainly looks like a big enough explosion. Not a bomb, but certainly maybe one large building caught, if not two. Would be 4 or 5 hours away from you guys where you are. Atop the tower, you can certainly see it billowing.
Was it open? No. It's unfortunate timing, too. To one of your buildings.
Where was it? It's a district away from yours. It's the illuminated district, so to the northeast of the city.
What is normally illuminated? Is that just merchants?
And the temple district.
Right. But it could be attacking temples.
Well, since we've had our discussions and strategies, tomorrow we'll be setting out.
I think we need to set out tonight.
Right, I thought you were going to go deal with that.
It's the day of the day prior.
This is still this is not the day you've just had a conversation. This is the 13th day, the 12th day.
So we need to.
13th, 14th, and the 15th day was the day you were going to be teleported.
We need to check out that fire first. Could be normal, could not be.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you get us over there?
You ask.
Please.
And you come down the stairs and you notice that there is a sparkling doorway that is less a circular shape and more a kind of large rectangular opening in the wall, glowing bright orange. There is a bar. There's a doorway.
What time of day is it?
Probably late, getting into later evening, but still like only 3 or 4.
Okay.
It's not dark. Yeah, it's starting the skull is starting to dull.
Technically stronger in the dark.
Ray, do you join them through this doorway? They went up the stairs and just come back down. Next opens door. You guys walk to. Cool. You guys open to the quiet, distant rings of oh boy. The distant, quiet bells of Alpharm, but it's only the 2 in close proximity, and it is alerting you to the fact that you're in the Temple District, and where you are, you can see guardhouses close by, guard patrols, carts with cages, military presence so strong. The moment you arrive, even though this would take you hours to get here, and you do arrive, and this explosion sound has happened 2 minutes ago, maybe less than 2 minutes ago, the building with which is on fire is right at the edge of the Temple District, where military buildings guard the very kind of front entrance to the temples. This is a house just beyond that. This kind of erupting sound, this burning, this bright heat. Ray, you are the only one to notice. that there is so much smoke going upwards that the grey and dark black smudge you see in the center of the building, it's like your eyes can't perceive it properly. Smoke that's stagnant, that's just staying in space, that's kind of billowing, but it's not losing form. It's simply like a gelatinous, pulsing blob in the
There's
sky.
something with the black blob.
You guys notice it's just smoke, but then at the moment that Ray turns and points to it, you see 3 red dots floating like embers inside, but the 3 eyes of an Oni stares at you through smoke and fire. So yeah, you're at the corner. You are where you are. And that is where we will end the episode.
This place is
Bigger they are, harder they fall.